Chris, great to have you on the program. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for having me. Take care.
Chris, and to you, Chris Fenton joining us there. And again, the entertainment industry taking a hit. A lot to talk about this morning. What we just heard, John Hilsenrath, one reason that Steven Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, told me just a few minutes ago, this new bank lending program is going to be in place and ready by next Friday.
Right, Maria, I think speed is of essence right now. There are a lot of households and a lot of businesses that are operating without cash flow. They got bills coming through on April 1st. So the big question for me is how quickly can the state unemployment insurance systems and these small business rescue programs get up to speed and get cash flowing into the system to help out all those small business owners and individuals?
Yeah, and for sure. And we've been talking about it all week. It's been quite a week. Lee Carter, final words from you?
You know, I'm so encouraged by so many of the things that we heard this morning. We heard about 3D printing. We heard about some new therapies that are coming down the pike. There's so much American ingenuity. There's so much to be hopeful about amidst all the fear. And I really want us all to be focused on this is a time for us to be coming together. And we're starting to see that happen.
Good point.
And I'm really, really encouraged by that.
Tiger King,
wrap us up, Dagan.
Tiger King on Netflix is everything. Joe Exotic. It is so insane you can't even describe it. Everybody needs to watch it and then read the memes on the internet.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Good to see you. Great show. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Morning Company begins right now. Stu, take it away.
Tiger King indeed. Good morning, Maria, and good morning, everyone. Look, it was supposed to be a done deal by now, signed and sealed. It's not. There is a holdout. His name is Thomas Massie, Republican congressman from Kentucky. He appears to be demanding a voice vote for the stimulus package. That means House members need to rush back to Washington so that they have a quorum. 216 votes required. So the all-important vote has been delayed. Look, first it was Speaker Pelosi, accused of holding things up, and now it's a Republican. You just got to shake your head at this. Look at the market this morning. We're going to be down today. Of course, that follows an enormous 20% rally in the last 3 days. Perhaps investors are upset with the delay in the stimulus vote. Perhaps there's some profit taking after the explosive rally. The Dow will open this morning with a loss of around 700 points. The S&P down about 200 and the Nasdaq off about 82. A decline at the opening bell. Now, President Trump, he wants to get the economy back up and running again as soon as possible. He has a plan to divide counties by risk, high, medium and low, depending on medical conditions. Some of those low-risk counties may be able to bring some people back to work early. And today, on this program, I'll ask Vice President Pence about the president's plan. That's in our 10 o'clock hour this morning. The news on the virus itself, here we go. The United States has now more cases than any other country in the world, assuming you can believe the numbers coming out of China. Spain recorded 769 deaths in the last 24 hours. And dramatic news again from Britain. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has tested positive. That, too, may be a negative for our stock market. It shows once again no one is immune. Come in, Ashley Webster. Give me more on Boris,
well,
please.
First it was Prince Charles, and now it's Boris Johnson, the number 10 Downing Street, putting out a statement saying that after experiencing mild symptoms yesterday, the Prime Minister was tested for coronavirus on the advice of his doctor. It was carried out, by the way, that test at number 10, and it came back positive. He is self-isolating, we are told, and he is continuing to lead the government's response to the coronavirus. Of course, what happens if he cannot continue? If he needs to take a break, well, then Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab would step in if indeed Boris Johnson needed to take time off. And we should not forget, Stu, and we reported this almost 2 weeks ago, that Britain's top health minister has also tested positive for the coronavirus. So it just goes to show you it doesn't matter who you are vulnerable to this virus.
Got it. Okay, we're going to go around the world and see what's happening in various parts of the world. But first to Susan. President Trump and China's Xi Jinping, did they speak recently on the phone?
Yeah, they did last night. That's right, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, apparently delaying the phone call, which was originally scheduled at 9 p.m. Eastern time because he had to do an interview with our very own Sean Hannity of Fox News. But according to President Trump, they had a great conversation. There have been reports that there have been strains in this relationship. And the last time that President Xi and President Trump actually discussed was in early February. Since then, there have been strains because each other has been blaming the U.S. and China each for starting this coronavirus. And it's interesting that this phone call takes place on the day that the U.S. has now reported more cases than China, with 25,000 casualties around the world of coronavirus. A lot of people were also expecting maybe trade tariffs to be suspended in this conversation. No such thing. But President Trump says that they had a good conversation, and hopefully there's a bridging of this relationship going forward.
Susan, I believe that the president is now refraining from using the expression, it's the Chinese virus.
Right.
Is that accurate?
That's right. And he made a mention of this in the previous task force briefings that we've seen. And he says if it's insulting to the Asian American community, he'll stop using that phrase for now. I don't think it's a reference to maybe a closer relationship with President Xi, but it's President Trump speaking to the people of America.
All right, Susan, let's move on to Lauren. News on Lululemon and China. What do you have?
Yeah, well, they reported their earnings last night. We don't really care about the earnings. They're old. We care about what's going on going forward. And this is what Lululemon said, stock down 3% now. Back open in China. Sales there are improving and getting stronger week by week, but they're not where they were before the coronavirus. As for the rest of the world, Lululemon, you might want to wear their yoga pants, the stay-at-home trend, but all of their stores here in the U.S. and Europe are closed until April 5th. And they did say that they noticed sales really slowing in the second week of March. They withdrew their guidance, as many retailers have, because of the coronavirus. So they withdrew their guidance for the full year 2020, but can they withstand this? Probably yes. They have $1 billion in cash on hand, and their e-commerce channels are very strong.
All right, thank you, Lauren. I think we need to take a pause here and have a look at how America feels about this ongoing virus problem. So take a look at this Fox News poll in regards to the virus. Look at this. 89% of people are concerned that we're going into an economic recession. 77% of those polled are worried about economic hardship for their family. Todd Pyro is with us, Fox and Friends correspondent. Todd, I'd characterize that poll and the feeling in the nation as high anxiety. What say you?
Oh, 100%, Stuart. I mean, you know, when you look at that recession number, these aren't individuals analyzing fiscal policy, monetary policy like you do on your show. This is all about consumer sentiment. They know what they can buy, and they know there's a lot that they can't buy. They're worried about their own pocketbooks. All this comes together, and so much of a recession is that consumer sentiment. Do the people feel like they can spend money? That's why you're seeing a whopping number of 89%. I don't care what the poll is about, whether today is Friday. You rarely get 89% of people agreeing on anything, and that's what you see right there.
Ashley? All right, Todd, thanks very much. We'll get back to you in a second. I want to go back to Ashley. Are you following this news on Spain? This terrible death rate.
It's been absolutely the only, and I say this, you know, the only perhaps light here, Stu. As you say, the number of deaths have risen to 4,858 people, 769 in just the past 24 hours. But Spanish authorities say they believe that it's reaching the peak of the outbreak. A quarter of these new cases, by the way, reported in Madrid. The previous day in Spain, they saw 655 deaths. It's a sharp rise, but based on their calculations, they think they may be very close to the peak of this, and hopefully we'll start seeing those number of deaths and cases trail off. But those are some pretty sobering numbers out of Spain, Stu.
All right, thanks, Ashley. Back to Lauren. News on Henry Schein, please.
They have a test, and they'll have hundreds of thousands of them shipped by the end of this month. It's a rapid test administered at the point of care. All it is a pinprick, so you don't have those uncomfortable swabs that go deep up your nose. So they plan to have those by the end of the month. Stock is up on this news. So it's a blood test, essentially.
All right, I believe we have, thank you. I believe we have Jonathan Honig with us. Is that correct? Jonathan, are you there? Or am I going to you prematurely?
Morning,
I'm not
Stuart.
sure which. Yeah, your man's there. Okay. Look, we got a downside move for the market when the opening bell arrives this morning. I'm looking at a 700-point loss for the Dow, 200 for the NASDAQ. Do you think we're going to go all the way back down and test those lows that we hit last week, 18,000 on the Dow? You think we're going to test them again?
First of all, Stuart, I'm glad you and our viewers are staying safe. History suggests, in fact, that we will retest those lows, that we haven't seen the bottom yet. And for my estimation, it is because of the stimulus. It's not that the stimulus is too small. It's actually that it's too big. The bigger the stimulus, as we look through history, Stuart, the longer the decline and the more prolonged the decline. And, 1929 is a pretty good metaphor here. In 1929, there were some big rallies. The market rallied 30% plus in just a few months. But then Hoover started with the tariffs and the farm subsidies, mortgage subsidies, tax increases, and it ultimately took the Dow 25 years to recover. I'm not saying that we're in that situation yet, but with all this intervention, I think we're headed down the same path.
All right. What does the continuing rally depend on? I know you're saying maybe we'll retest those lows. History suggests that we may. But what would keep the rally going? Would it be a bending in the curve on these new cases? Is that what would help us out for keep the rally going?
Well, there's two things, obviously, that are causing this tremendous uncertainty. And Stuart, just to emphasize, no one living today has ever really seen markets like this before. You have to go back to that New Deal era. First and foremost, America does have to get back to work. It is that complete uncertainty, the locking down of productive society. That's a pretty reasonable explanation of why the markets are acting so chaotically. So any semblance to be able to get back to work. But more than anything, I think these days, Stuart, when you look at the markets, they've become unhinged from any semblance of a reality, and that's because of the stimulus. When government is in there bailing out companies, buying corporate bonds, helping this company, not helping that company, it makes the markets themselves basically unusable because you don't know, is this rally for real or is it just because of the stimulus? So the sooner we can get back to getting rid of all these emergency measures to prop up the economy and the markets, the sooner the market writ large will recover.
Got it. All right. Thanks, Jonathan. I'm just going to take a moment to recap some of the stocks that we've been running past on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm looking at retailers right now, down 2, 3, 4%, but that's after a big run yesterday. Overall, the market is going to be down. The Dow off about 7, maybe 800 points. Remember, please, we were up 1,300 points yesterday, up about 20% in the last 3 days. So a pullback is expected. You get a lot of people who say, look, we've had a nice bounce, I'm out. You're going to get a lot of people saying that, taking their profits. If they were lucky enough or intelligent enough to buy at the low, and now we've bounced back up again, you'll see people selling to take that profit. Dow down 700, maybe 800. NASDAQ down 200. The S&P down 85 points. Go through some of the big tech stocks if you can, please. They've had a very nice run lately. I don't see Apple, and this is my opinion here, please understand that, my opinion. Apple's at 251. I don't see it going back to test the low of 230. Microsoft is at 157. I don't see it going back to test the low of 130. Google is down 38 right now, but I don't see it going back to test the low of about 1,000. Again, Microsoft on your screen, 151. This is, again, my opinion. I don't see it going back to the 130 level. We will have a lot more for you after this.
Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual! We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
To be most successful, connectivity is vital.
Verizon really for us has been a partner for years, allows us to stay connected to our 80 plus locations across the country.
We use Verizon throughout our entire day. It's an integral part of how our practice runs.
We need our project managers and our superintendents to be able to communicate.
We don't have to be together to work together.
At Verizon, we're here and we're ready. We're open 24/7 online with tools and support to help your business stay connected at verizon.com/ready.
Ice cream. All right, we gotta stop here first.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, trading team. Trae Campbell here, coming at you live. Today's date is 3/27/2020. I hope everybody had a good night. Looking at a very interesting trading morning here. Just actually took a little bit of a trade. Got in a little bit of a short here, and took just a couple of points. Just scalping it, worked out pretty good. But I'm ready for this market to open. I think today will be a little better than yesterday. I hope so. I hope so. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, my name is Trae Campbell, and my partner Neal Collenberg, and we together make up the CCS Investment Group's live trading portion. I hope you enjoying and get something out of watching us trade live today. We've been doing it now for, I don't know, probably close to 6 months, maybe even longer than that. I don't know. It's been a while. And, we've really enjoyed doing it live. And I think it's really helped Neal and I both become even better traders in it all. So, if you guys got any questions, be sure and let us know. Hit us up. Let us know what you're thinking. If you're at home right now because of the coronavirus and want to become a trader as well, please let us know. We can definitely help you learn at a much faster rate than you would if you were doing it by yourself. I can assure you of that. So we want to help. We thank you for tuning in to us. It should be an entertaining day. Should be pretty good, filled with lots of trades, I would say, and lots of inner trading and lots of just entertaining trading is what I'm trying to say. Jeez. Wow. All right. So anyway, but with that, we're looking at quite a few things. I'm looking at some stocks. Anybody that messes around with those, I am obviously still looking at. Let's see. Let me pull my watch list up here.
I think we should watch. I think we should watch BYND.
BYND.
Yeah, Saul had mentioned that last night, and it might be something to watch. Trading down a little bit this morning. Where is
68.
Yeah, 68. I think they have like a price target on it, a new price target on it at like $39. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to go down there, but
Right.
it may see some hit this morning. And the other one that I had mentioned was Yandex, YNDX. I think that's about it. I had AMD, but I don't really like AMD's chart right now.
Yeah.
It's very choppy, so not very interested in it.
I have Ford, obviously KMI, EPD, and MPC and Guild. Guild was quite a interesting conversation piece, and even the president mentioned it last night. So could be.
Yeah, they're working on some stuff. Guild, they've been working on stuff. I guess a vaccine or whatever. And then there's another one. Oh, what the hell was the other company? Is it MRO?
I don't.
You mentioned MRO, right?
MRO, yeah. No, I didn't.
No, it's not MRO. It's definitely not MRO. MRO is Marathon.
No. MPC is Marathon.
Moderna, mRNA. Moderna.
mRNA. Okay. Oh wow.
They're another company involved in making that vaccine. Basically, whichever company comes to market first is gonna be the winner, right? So there's a race to the finish line.
Right.
Those are two. Sanofi also. Sanofi is also on the list.
There's a bunch of them. Really?
Sanofi, Aventis, I think. No, SNY. SNY is their stock. They're up at around $42 now. They had a low of $37.62. Now they're starting to trade above the 20. It's another one of those like up and down seesaw type stocks. So it's like wouldn't even want to get involved in that. Getting some good movement right now in the market.
Yeah, and we got one little prick that's holding this whole thing up right now.
Oh, I know. I seen that last night. I seen the news apparently, and like the House doesn't convene because people are coming in from all over the place. They're not gonna be able to vote.
What's this dude's problem, man? Is he like, I don't know. He's really kind of screwing with my mind because I can't understand that. You know what? Why in the world? You know, I don't know. Yeah. It's all opinion, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Geez,
I don't know. Weren't they talking about just doing a video?
Video vote. Now he's like, no, I demand we all come in and spread the coronavirus to each other.
Yeah.
It's
come
like,
on, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just doesn't make any sense, man. They should have had this thing passed. They should have had it passed, the other day. I get it's a big deal. It's the biggest one in history, but they don't realize.
Yeah, but the longer they hold it up, the longer people aren't gonna be able to pay their bills and put food on the table and stuff like that. So it's crazy. You got 3 million people, well over 3 million people without a job at this moment. So what do you think that's gonna do to the economy?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. Any other news out there?
Not really. I think we had the reason why our indices or indexes dropped last night. It was on the heels of European equities. Apparently the EU member countries they were trying to come together with a plan to address the coronavirus outbreak in their region, and they kind of failed to come to that some kind of an like a plan, like a concrete plan. So couldn't agree to it. So it also brought the markets down. And it also obviously our our index is also fell due to the uncertainty of what's happening this morning. The vote was supposed to happen at 9:00. By the way, that's what they were talking about. That was when the gavel was supposed to
Yeah.
it down, and they were supposed to start voting on this thing. So if we get a live feed of the House of Representatives, might be able to see what's going on, see if anything's happening. But as far as I knew last night, 9 o'clock was the time. We're at 9:24 now, so I don't know what's happening at this moment. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get a third straight day of green. I mean, obviously it's not looking too good right now, but would be nice. It'd be good for the markets in general. You know, get ourselves another green day here.
Yeah, that'd be great, man. Ron and anybody else watching, if you see my chart, you can see that I've got two charts up. One is a 2-minute chart, one is a 1-minute chart. So I found out yesterday that if I have just went down to the 1-minute chart, I would have had multiple trades. So that particular one was actually waiting on the 2-minute chart. If I'd have just broke it down to the 1-minute chart, I would have had a few more extra signals there come in. So just now, we got a buy signal right there on the 1 minute.
I just got a buy signal on mine.
Yeah, and
that's
it could
a minute.
Could be good for a little scalp. You know, I don't think it's as accurate, but you know, still same thing. Same strategy can be applied to that I apply on the 2-minute to the 1 minute, and it will work.
Watch live House proceedings. Let's see.
I actually took this trade here. Short trade. Look at this is the problem with the 1 minute. You get boom boom. You get all these mixed signals. So
and they're quick, dude. They're quick. Look at that short. You just got a short.
Yeah, right after you're long. So it's like
right now I'm getting after that short, I'm getting a buy signal on mine too. Like it's still mine's still doing it because of where it's at on the Williams. It's above the 50 now. It's starting to push above the 50. So that is a bullish, very bullish signal.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So the long is actually working out. The short wouldn't be a short until it broke underneath the arrow of the long arrow, in my opinion. So you'd still be long, and there you go. There's your winner.
Yep. Could have just I could have just taken that just because it's a good. That would have been a good trade. There would have been 15, 16 points.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm literally just waiting for this market to open. I have a feeling it might come back up here to test this level here, 76.94. I also think there's some resistance around here, 64, 76.64. Looks like there's lots of price action in that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. Yeah, we did a full 80% rule last night, which is a whole theory with the volume, or not the volume, but the value area box. We went from top to bottom there.
Dude, look at that.
And so now it's kind of going to be interesting.
I wonder how often that is a true statement, right? Like you come inside the value area and you go and you hold the low of the value area and go to the high, and vice versa. Come in and then come down. How what's the probability of that working out? What are we over 50%? And could you safely just take a trade inside there and hold it till it reaches the top, or is it, or how do those numbers work is basically what I'm.
Well, they call it the 80% rule because there's an 80% chance that if price goes in the box, then comes out of the box and then re-enters the box, just like it just has, it's got an 80% chance to go into the other side of the box, which I have seen not to be true. Like that they call it the 80% rule, but as long as I've been watching this VA, that's why I don't trade them, because I've never got an 80% win rate out of it. You know what I mean? So,
well, look at that.
Yeah. See, you got
the bot did buy me. The bot did on my laptop here on the demo. It did get me in. It did get me in. Made $230 on that long.
When you got to think too, we got Friday's POC up there. We got -5 deviation. You know, we got that resistance, and then on top of that, we got top of VA.
Some ceilings there, yeah.
So it's like, and then you got the 200 to get through. There's just a ton of stuff to contend
Oh yeah,
with.
I got a resistance at 76.94. I got 77.15. Those are the two top levels there, and on the ES got 25.37. 25.37. I got 25.55, and then 25.83.
Getting ready to go here. Let's see what happens.
I'd love it to come back down here, and then I'll take it long. Why not? I feel like that's what's going to happen anyway. Hold above this 50, come back up and hold above this 50. You know?
Yeah.
Minute and a half here left. It's a good sign right there. It's a good sign. Your day could have been over if you just bought that, but
yeah. I'm with you there. I think I'm
gonna try it, man. I'm gonna try it. I want it to retrace a little bit on the next candle. I might actually just go in, and then I'll just add.
Yeah, I'm gonna add there, and then I'm gonna have that there, and then what I'll do is I'm gonna target 76.81. See if we can get up there. I'm in this trade.
Ron, it's M for the June contracts. So if you're trading micro NQ, it's MNQ M20. Just 20 just for the year. So MNQ M20.
Okay, new target.
All right, we're coming down. That's good. Gives us a better entry. And I'm in. I'm going to take that.
I am in and I'm out.
Yeah, I'm going to take 195 on that one. We're done. We're done with that one.
That was a really good trade.
Oh, that's exactly where I wanted it to go, where I wanted to get in anyway, on a retrace. So I was like, might as well.
I entered right at the close of the candle, and then I picked two more up right here. And then I had a stop loss right there and got out right there on that little pushback up.
Yeah. I had my stop right here, right before that support line.
Yeah, it looks like we got out right at the right time too. Maybe it holds though. We'll see.
I think it's gonna hold. Look what we got going on. As long as this holds here, we don't fade. I think we're okay. And anything above this to this support line is going to be good, because look at all of this action right here.
Yeah.
Stayed above it. All of this action here stayed above it. So I have a feeling we're going to stay above it, and we're going to go and test this 76.94. Did you see that thing I sent you last night?
Yes, did.
Isn't that pretty cool?
It is really cool, man. The multiple, yes, yeah. Matt, Ma'am, and Pam.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. And what's cool about it is like it'll just you just place your trade just normally, and it'll trade it on all of them. See maybe retrace down to the 20 here. I've been neglecting the ES here. It's like I feel like I got to take a trade on it.
Mm-hmm. You're kind of interesting where you're at with the Williams.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, and like to be honest with you, man, the Williams has made me into an even more patient trader, because I'll wait now. Like if it's up in this area, like I know I want to wait for like some kind of cycle to come down. So I just wait for it. And then if it bounces off here, starts going back up, then I'll just enter. So right now it's coming back down, and maybe it'll come back down here and come to the 50, or maybe even just below it. And if not, it could just do whatever it wants.
It can always do that, Look at that getting balled up right there. Oh, this
around the Williams percentage range. I'm just referring to it as the Williams because it's easier than saying Williams percentage range. I could just say WPR, but then others don't even understand what that is. Man, look at all that action. Look at all that action, man. Look at that. It's good. All right. So let's see. ES breaks above this 25.37. Holds this 25.37. What I want though, I'm not interested to get in right now, but if it spikes up here and comes back down, then let's get it.
I'm looking at that,
dude. 76.94. What did I say, man?
Yeah. I actually missed that trade. I got another buy trade, but these 1 minute signals are coming in so fast I can't.
Oh, dude, I know, man. That's the only reason why
it's two
I
trades.
don't really like trading the 1 minute.
Yeah, have been two good trades right there. Boom, done, dude. I mean, really and truly, you could have been done with the day.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I can't be done with the day because I have an addiction, and my house is actually quiet today, and there's nobody in it, so I have to be, disregard the fact that it's Friday and I have bad luck on Fridays. But it's like I don't even care.
Not think about that.
I don't even care.
All right. Let's see if we get a cycle here.
Well, I'll be. My cat caught a mole. You can't bring that in.
What?
Yeah, good job. Good job. Yeah, good job. Good job. Yeah, going in. Well, he's proud of himself. It's probably his first kill in his life.
That's crazy. He killed a freaking mole.
Yeah.
Moles are pretty big.
This one's not. It's a little bitty thing. Almost looks like a mouse, but you can tell it's a mole because of its head. It's got that weird looking, like burrow head to it, where they travel underground.
Trying to load this House of Representatives page, but it's not loading for me. I think it's Google Chrome that's doing it. Nope. Firefox isn't even letting me do it. It's weird. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Oh, getting a big sell trigger here on the 2-minute chart, guys. Get a maybe a 50% entry on that or something, you know.
Dude, that's a big. Yeah, I'm getting a big sell. I'm in a sell now on the bot. The bot's got me in a sell.
I'm gonna try to get.
I'm not. That's a big candle though to get in on.
I'm gonna try halfway. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, who cares?
41 points. Oh, come on, bot. You know, make some money.
Yep, there it goes.
Yes is going down too. There she goes. Is it gonna go under 76.33? Yeah. Yep.
Well, that was another trade.
The $345 on the bot. Nice. All right. Nice. Bot's beating me today.
May re-enter forward if it gets under $5.
Yeah. What do we got going on here? Stock market 32 Yandex. BYND 67.
Yep, it got way down and it's continuing to drop.
Remember, I got the alert on MPC marathon at $20 for $20.10. So.
Yep.
Dude, I like the alerts on the ES, man. Like these things seem to be much cleaner. Like that right there was 8 points.
Yeah, it was.
This one wouldn't have worked out. I mean, well, no, maybe, because I don't think I would have stopped out at 5 points. I would not have stopped out at 5. I would have let that thing run.
All right. So
so I definitely did not think we were going to go down below 76.33 here. So must be something going on with that vote. Oh, that may be why the floor proceedings are not on. It says there are no events scheduled for today.
Yep, because that one guy, dude, I should have just put that short on, dude. Jeez.
Yeah, man. Me too. I guess that's why this thing's going down. I should have seen that.
Trying to get too conservative with that entry. Should have just went with it. Saw the signal, should have just boom. I'd have paid nicely.
Oh, that's right. I gotta call somebody this morning. I forgot about that. Give me a minute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I had an order sitting right there. 76.65.40 for this thing to retrace back up into it, but it just did not. It did not happen. Beyond Meat is dropping. I'm waiting for some kind of retrace here on Beyond Meat. Try to get in. Getting a buy trigger on the 1 minute here. Nice tight stop on it too. That's going away. Let's see what happens here. Am I going to take it? Heck yeah, I'm going to take it. 44, 45, 46. Got a few more seconds left. Let's see if it can hold. Let's just go with it. Be stopping out under the low. And we're going to be trying to take try to get to the top of this thing again. Try to get to the top of this deviation level is kind of the goal here. I want to see it get right up there and just try to reject that level. It's trying. It just can't seem to do it right now. But I would love to see it come right up in this area right here. That would really put me some good profit. But it doesn't look like. Yeah, come on. It's trying. This is not. Nope. We're gonna continue down, guys. I'm gonna get stopped out. Nope. Maybe not. Maybe not. Getting bought up there. Oh my goodness. Craziness. Now look at there, getting a sell trigger. Come on. Go. Come on. Push. All we're looking for is about the top of this candle right here. All we're looking for, profit wise. Probably just a dead cat bounce though. Here we go. We're going down now. Yep, getting stopped out. Alright, so I'm stopped out of that trade. And we will move on to the next one. Oh, your platform froze, Ron? Or we froze? Did we freeze? Doesn't look like we froze. Looks like I could have kind of built into that position just a little bit and been fine.
MPC is about to give us our alert here, coming down to $20. There's another one that I just came across. It's Occidental Petroleum. Oxy is the symbol, OXY. It's holding a very very tight, narrow range right now.
Oh yeah, I see that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put a limit order in on MPC. $20. Right, that's what we talked about. Okay.
Nice little push here in the market. Did margins increase today?
I don't think they've ever. I don't think they've decreased.
You don't think they've decreased?
No.
Interesting. My brother's saying that he can't trade today, but he was able to trade yesterday.
I'm going through my emails right now.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I just looked at it.
See, I'm not getting any emails from them.
It would be nice if they kept everyone in the loop, you know?
Yeah. Definitely would.
All right, guys. Looks like the NQ is going to try to push towards 76.33. ES itself is trying to push higher. I still don't fully trust the push up at the moment. Unless it was just a way for the market to try to, you know, take out some people and start pushing up higher. So I'm just gonna wait here. Just gonna wait. This would have been a good buy, but
yeah, you were away when I lost. I bought down there, and I was right. I was just off. I mistimed it. So.
Okay. So you took a loss on it?
Yeah.
Damn.
$68.
Damn, and you were right too.
Yep. Stop was just too tight.
All right. Let's see.
I gotta go move this mole before those dogs go crazy over this thing. Yeah. I'm getting a sell trigger, maybe, possibly, right here at the -1.
I know, that's what I'm thinking too. That's why I'm not 100% trusting it. The NQ just rejected 76.33, and it's now on its way back down potentially.
30 seconds left on that 1 minute candle. It's gonna give us a quick signal there.
It's gonna be a quick trade to get it. Hold on one second.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm in short here. I'm gonna try to play this short. Would you look at that crap? Okay. All right, guys. Let's see if we can get this we go. Here we go. I'm already out. Dude, this 1 minute is insane, dude. Oh my gosh. That was $120 trade, man. Just in a blink of an eye. Totally crazy. So I wiped that loss away. This is nuts, man. It's nuts. And this little tiny move right here. You know, that's what's impressive is that money was made in this little tiny move. Was able to get in and out. And it's pretty impressive. All right. So let's start the process over again. Lower my contract size back down. Let's wait for another one. All right. I'm going to go move the mole. So I'll be back. Okay. Yeah, Mike, I can show you. Um, I'll get something together. Um, so I didn't miss anything, which is good. Didn't miss any trades. Um, yeah, later, Mike. I'll throw those out there for you, man. See, so far today, we've only got one signal on the 2 minute and 2 signals on the 4 signals on the 1 minute. So, which the only one bad signal out of 4. Let's see what you're gonna do. I can't believe I made money on that. This little move right here. Wow. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get our $20 on the MPC. It's already up to 22.40. You know how to get value area, Mike? You know how to get this value area box. Still waiting. Two-minute trying to give a sell trigger there, but it quickly got turned down. Now we're back up into value area, guys. Back up into value area. We'll make our way back up to this 200 period moving average at top of VA. Could be. Oh, where are the two? There we go. Sorry guys, my headset just randomly just decides to shut down. It's the weirdest thing ever. And I don't see that happen to Neal often, so it's got to be just something wrong with my headset. Me and Neal have the same headset. Actually, Neal's the one that told me about the headset, so I bought one, and it works great. It's just that it just randomly cuts itself off. So, to deal with that. We got a possible short incoming here. Maybe not. Nope. All right. Never mind. Got a 2-minute sell trigger coming in now. Got about we got another minute on this one, so let's see what happens here. Sure is looking that way, Mike. Still got a few seconds left on this candle. Getting balled up now. Balled up big time. All right, I'm going to try this one here. Got a pretty good entry. Going for a quick scalp there, $40. See if we can get it. Got it. So we're in and out. That was pretty quick, pretty easy, pretty painless. $40 trade. Oh man. This is going to try to test that support right there. Oh man. What the hell? What do we have here? Possible buy trigger. We're gonna try it there. Pretty decent entry. If we can get up there to that, we can get up here to see if we can get up there to the 20-period moving average is kind of where I'm aiming for right there. Let's see what happens here. Selling back off now. See if we can get an ad halfway. Get it. There we go. Now we're gonna get it. Come on, come on. Oh, no. There it goes. Definitely take a push too. Back up to the 200 right here. Kind of what we're looking at right now. There we go. Come on, come on. There it is. Another one in the books, guys. This is it's been a crazy day, right? Very quiet day and very profitable day. Thank you. Oh, awesome, Ron. Awesome. Good job. Good job. I don't know, Mike. It's tough to say. I mean, if you look at the overnight, the trend that's continuing. I mean, look at how bearish that is. You can't help but to be bearish, you know. But I mean, it doesn't mean that there's not little scalps here and there, long scalps in the mix. It's just, I think overall, I think we're gonna sell off. Yeah, that's just my thought. Yeah, yeah. I'm not watching it. I can't. I can't. Can't stand to be honest with you. I need to be watching it for the news aspect of being able to trade the market, but I can't. I mean, I just can't do it. I can't make myself do it. Here's a possible sell trigger here. Do we take it? Yep, it's kind of fluttering around right now. It doesn't know what it wants to do. Yeah, it's getting bought up right now. Yep, getting ready to get a new candle.
Trade the bot's up almost $700 now.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That is awesome. I just remembered Yeah, go ahead.
I like with the bot, like I just like I realized that you just kind of gotta just like let it do its thing. I've been like tinkering with it like so much, and like things I noticed is like some days you'll have like negative days, and then some days you'll have like really good days. Like it's just a effect of the market, really. Like the market itself. Yeah, I mean, you could have just like trading wise, you can have good and bad days.
Right. Yeah, for sure, man. That bot is always going to be pulling data from so much, so it looks so much better on the back test than what you're going to see on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, and I think that's the reason why like I get so like frustrated with it, because like I see like the back test and I see like the overall of what it does, and I'm like, oh, why is it not doing that? So I have to realize that like the back test is churning along like real fast.
Yeah. Over a long
I just have to
period of time.
realize like I just need to just let this thing go, see what happens. Leave the settings the way they are, because these are the settings that I've got to the point that they work in almost every single market. Like I ran it back in like the December of 2018 or January 2019, and like my old bot settings didn't work really well, but this one does. This one was profitable in every single month. So this month, beginning of March till like a few days ago, dude, it did like over $100,000.
Yeah.
On 10,000, which is really crazy.
That's incredible, man.
Like I'm sitting there scratching my head, and I'm like, how is it even possible? Because right now I'm seeing negative. Like I'm just, how's it possible? But it is possible. It's just that I gotta let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've had a pretty good trading morning too, man.
Yeah. I only had that one trade. I only took one trade because I've been so busy. $200 today.
Yeah, I took quite a few trades and profitable on all, but I think it was that first trade. No, it was the second trade I took. Second trade I took was negative, and but that opening range play that we did there, that open buy, that was a good trade, man. We took some profit there, and then I took a little loss and then made it back, and then took two more trades and they were profitable. So
nice.
It's been a really good day, man. I could call it a day right now. I'm happy. Like I don't really need to trade anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's how I feel right now, man. 265. I'm like I I'll just sit there and just take it, man. 265 on a Friday and the week.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's where I'm sitting too, man. I'm not up, that much, but I'm up, and I'm up well over $100, and it's a Friday, so it's been a good week.
Man, it's like I don't know, man. It's 11 o'clock. You just end your How's your day? I know it's like nice there. I mean, it's nice. It's really nice here outside.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's really nice down there. Ron was saying he's gonna get up to 82 degrees down there.
Yeah, 82.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day, man. It's already really nice outside. Probably get some
We're in
grass.
such a tight range right now. Like
Yeah.
it broke down, and now we're just sitting here in this narrow range, and it's like if you trade this, you're looking to get chopped up. You
Right.
really are.
Right.
You really are. I wouldn't even risk it.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one to trade. So
I mean, the only thing I'm looking at right now, and the only thing I'm looking at possibly is a break above 76.33. That's my only thought here is if we get a break above there, I may take the NQ long.
Hey,
if
guess
that
who?
Doesn't happen, I'm not going.
Guess who owned Boeing at $95?
I'm gonna say Cody.
No. Surprisingly, it was my dad.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. I was chatting with him.
Good.
And yeah, he bought
his money.
Yeah. Yeah, he made some big money on that one. Man.
This is a smart buy, man. That was a smart buy. It was one I was looking at myself. I was like,
Well, yeah, when you mentioned it, I actually sent him a text message. I was like, imagine owning Boeing at 90 today. And he was like, yep. Interesting you say that, son.
It's funny. It's Boeing, and Disney would have been the two really big ones. If you just bought like a few hundred shares of each one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Incredible stuff, man.
Mm-hmm. I think the ES is just going to keep us down here right now. Yeah, looks like it might try to do it. If it gets above 76.33, I might try one more.
Yeah, I'm
just one more.
I've got the house to myself today, so it's like I should be like heavy into it trading, but I just can't. I can't be like I just want to not do it right now. But something presents itself, of course. I'm gonna take this thing.
I think I'm gonna be involved here soon. All right. Getting that break. Dude, if the House votes, man, and it's good, dude, this thing's just gonna rock it.
Yeah, you're right. I need to be watching that. Dadgummit.
Are they? We got to think about what's happening today.
Yeah.
I wonder when the vote's going to happen. Like, I just get so tired of everyone talking.
Take that vote today, and that's why so many members
just vote.
That they had to rush
what's the
back to
point?
Washington just to be
What's the point of you sharing your
and
thoughts?
maybe vote today, or if they don't have the votes, or
Let's see. We've got how many cases now?
Over 500,000, I think.
Yeah, 25,000 total deaths. 86,000 in the U.S., 1,300 deaths. So what percentage is that? 1,300 to 86,000. Let me do some mathematicianist work here.
First known world leader contracts
2%. Right around 2%. Well, not quite 2%, like 1.5%, but
it's pretty high.
It's getting high. Yeah, it's getting really high.
Well, should have taken that long over 76.33.
Yeah, now we're sitting at the 200, so let's see how we react to that.
Let's get it. No idea, Mike. No idea. They're just sitting here talking too much. Interactive map here.
Get these people their money, dude. It's like, give them their money, It's as simple as that.
Oh, jeez.
Something's going on. There's that little Cracker Jack. I don't think we should do that. I think that everybody should come in and vote.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Come on, calm down. Calm down. Calm down so I can fill this up and maybe take a good long. Come on.
Come on. Let's get one more trade. Trae needs a 0-turn lawnmower.
How nice would that be?
I'm tired of riding on my Cub Cadet, man. My regular driver, man. I want me one of those 0-turners. My neighbor across the road's got one right now. I'm jealous.
That would make your yard maintenance like so easy.
Dude, it'd be fun.
No time.
Be out there just having a ball, man.
Mm-hmm.
I need one. I need that in my life.
Come on. Calm down. Where do I want to buy?
See, I don't want to buy a used one, though. I've never had luck buying used equipment, man. If I'm going to buy equipment, I buy it new. That way, I'm the only one that I know, like, my Cub Cadet is like 4 years old now. I've never done anything but change the oil. Starts every time. I don't have any battery issues. I don't have any issues with it whatsoever. It's the only piece of equipment I ever bought new. All the rest of them I bought used every spring. Have to go out there and, work on them and try to get them running. And then they'd always break down halfway through the season. And then, not anymore. Not anymore, man. I've learned with equipment that you just got to take the plunge. Just got to take the plunge.
Yeah.
Dude, I bought a brand new. I paid really good for it too, man. It was like $800 or $700. I bought a really nice steel weed eater.
Oh, nice.
And to this day, man, I can go out there in the shop, pump it 3 times, and it fires right up. No issues. No issues at all. Never even had it serviced. Nothing. And it's old.
I'll tell you what. That's I have a steel weed eater, and I also have my leaf blower. It's steel. Like that. Like if I'm getting anything, like it's steel products, man. Those things are excellent.
Yeah. And, I'm a fan of Cub Cadet too, as long as the motor that's sitting on the, because a lot of times what they'll do is they'll be like a John Deere or a Cub Cadet, and then it'll have like a Briggs and Stratton motor in it, and you're like, it's just a knockoff, so you can get them cheaper, But if you can get a true Cub Cadet with a Cub Cadet motor, dude, you got a good machine. I'm a fan.
Mm-hmm. What is it, Briggs and Stratton? I thought was a pretty good engine.
Well, it is, but I mean, it's
not
cheap.
as good.
It's cheap. I mean, it's a lot of your John Deeres, like at Lowe's and stuff. Every single one of your John Deeres will have a Briggs and Stratton motor.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting though? Like that was one thing I realized with like Walmart products, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you could have like the same model of like TV, but like maybe just like a different like number at the end. But it's like the same LG TV sold at Best Buy and sold at Walmart, but like the last number is like a little bit different, and it's because like the TV at Walmart is made with a couple little different pieces, like
right?
Different parts in the factory, like cheaper, like
Yep.
a little bit cheaper. That's the reason why the TV is cheaper.
Yeah.
And like most consumers don't even know that. But like when I worked there and I realized, I was like, there's the reason why this TV is a little bit cheaper. It doesn't mean it's not going to work, but it's just something to keep in mind that it's made with a little bit cheaper products.
Oh, now that you mentioned that, dude, Walmart right now has a 60-inch TV. I can't remember the brand. Smart TV right now for $443. 60-inch, dude.
Oh man.
400 something dollars, man. That's super cheap for a 60-inch TV. High def, smart TV, the whole nine, HD, whatever. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about buying it and doing away with all three of my screens and just having one big 60.
Oh God, that'd be insane.
I'd have to set it up. I'd have to stand at one wall and set my desk up and put it on the other wall. And
yeah. God damn. That'd be insane.
Nah, I need one for the living room though. I was really considering.
That's what I was thinking, man. That's what I wanted.
Because I think ours in the living room is like a 55 or something like that. I mean, it works, but it would be nice to have a bigger one. I mean, 60 and 55 is not really that much difference, is there?
Oh, you'll notice it. You'll notice it. Dude, oh my God. Look at this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. All right.
So I was going through that website that Ron turned me on to, that auction.com.
Oh, yeah.
And I couldn't find much around my area that was, any count. The problem is most of your people that that have the houses that they're auctioning off, they're still in the house. So when you buy it, you're responsible for like all the you're responsible for the eviction and everything else.
What?
Yes. So like right now there's a house right here. It's foreclosure. They're foreclosing on the house. The bid is at $77,000. You can only increment the bid by $25,000, and it says it's only cash only. Do not disturb. COVID-19 update. Occupants trespassing in community status is a criminal offense. So you can't go anywhere near it. And then it says title and liens. So most liens are removed after a foreclosure property sale, but certain liens may remain. So then, that obviously is, good Lord, man, this market is pumping.
I know, dude. I know, man. I told you. You should have just bought it, man.
This is why you don't screw with real estate. Good job, Ron. Ron's on top of things, man. Ron, I'm proud of you, dude. So proud of Ron, man.
Somebody's just jumping in.
Freaking Ron, man. So awesome. I'm not really too into trading anymore unless it's just really something awesome, man, because I'm up really well. So I don't really need to, you know what I mean? Like if something really great happens, I will.
Get ready, man. Get ready. Something great is going to happen.
Yeah,
look at this right here, dude. Look what's going to happen. Look at this. You see this?
Just
it's about
look at
to take off, man. I mean, it has already taken off a little bit here. Look at this. This is a nice sell-off. A little bit of some accumulation.
Mm-hmm.
Rocket ship.
Yeah, I would be a much more fan of this site if they were like already foreclosed and the house was just sitting empty. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah,
people,
me too.
people in the house, and then you gotta deal with them, dude. It takes like 3 months to evict somebody.
Yeah, like, do you really want to go through that? Like, you have to pay for all that.
Yeah. Hey, I was gonna tell you, dude. So you remember how I've been battling with the dealership and Jeep?
Yeah.
So over the last few days, we had a lot of rain.
Mhm.
Went out to the Jeep. It is filled again with water. So,
Oh my god.
yeah, I called an attorney yesterday, and he's supposed to call me back today, dude. I'm suing Jeep.
Yeah.
Full blown, like I'm going to try to, get something done, man. I hope something gets done. Like,
Dude, it shouldn't be flooding. It shouldn't be.
well, the whole first year we had the Jeep, it would randomly not start. Too. So like if you cut it off, if you went to, let's say you went up to the grocery store. You go in the store, come back out, and guess what? It wouldn't start. So you'd be stuck there in the parking lot, until that thing decided it wanted to start. We fought with that for a year, or really she did. She fought with it for a year, and finally, there was somebody smart enough figured it out. It was a range sensor or neutral sensor in the transmission, and basically it was confusing the computer because it didn't know that it was in park. So if it was telling the computer that it was still in drive. So when you go to crank it, it wouldn't start, right? Well, it was just a faulty sensor. Well, it took almost a year for them to figure it out. They finally figured it out. Okay, problem solved. Starts every time now. But they have yet to get this thing to stop leaking.
It's absolutely insane.
10 times, dude. 10 times we've had it at the dealership. 10 times.
Yeah, they need to do something for you.
Yeah. Dude, I'm to the point now where, especially now that I got her home, I'm gonna do what I can, man. I'm gonna try to file some paperwork and maybe even get out from. All I want is out from under it, man. I just want to take it back.
Yeah, I'd literally bring it back to them and be like, I don't want this piece of shit.
Yeah, like, yeah, like I don't want it anymore. Like, take it back, and I don't know how they would reimburse me for, I mean, I'm even good with, just buy it back right now, whatever I owe on it, just take it and let's just be done with it. I get it. I had it. I drove it. So it's kind of the same as a lease or whatever. I'm good with that. The monthly payments that we've paid on it, whatever, it's just wasted money. It's gone. There ain't no getting it back. But you take it back and pay what's left on it off and, fix it and sell it again to somebody else. I don't care what you do with it, but I want out from under it. So that's kind of the goal there.
Yeah, I definitely would do that. I think it's good that you're trying to sue them too. Somehow, some way, something positive's gonna come out of it.
Yeah, and that's not like I'm trying to sue them for $1 million, man. I just want them to take the loan off of my hands.
The money for the loan. Yeah.
Come get the Jeep and don't let it hurt my credit. You come get the Jeep, and pay off the loan to the bank, and it's done. Like, that's all I want. I'm not going to sue you for all the, what is it that people get sued for nowadays? The emotional distress.
Yeah.
Nah, not going there, man. None of there. Yeah, not going there. Just want a little bit of retribution for owning that piece of crap.
Okay. Let's see. All right.
So holding the 200 period.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for I'm trying to be patient enough to wait for this next minute here, or basically 30 seconds now. I think if that holds.
My Pillow is making face masks during the pandemic too. My Pillow guy. Hi, this is
really?
My Pillow. Yeah, Mike Vandell. That's his name. Yeah.
Smart guy. Get in on that. All right, coming back underneath.
I don't think his company's public though. My Pillow.
Probably not, man. I don't see his company being public.
He joins us now live. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
What led you to this place, and how's it going so far, sir?
Well, it led me about 3-4 weeks ago. I said, the president put out, all these things to have the private sector to get involved. And my passion has always been to help people, and what a better time. And we started then to find out what we could make. We worked with the administration. They have a coalition to what kind of masks are needed out there. And obviously we specialize in cotton, and we found out different materials that we
signal right
to
now.
the hospitals and stuff. And so finally we got the final prototype 3 days ago. It took us 3 days to.
Dude, I've always secretly wanted to try one of Mike Vandell's My Pillows, but they're too expensive.
And right now about 10,000.
Oh, I have.
Hope to get
I
up
have
to
it.
50,000.
You have a My Pillow?
Yeah.
How is it?
Super comfortable, man. I love it.
Really?
I love it. It's the best pillow I've ever got, man. Now it was the best money spent, man.
Dude, don't even tell me that. I'm
Swear,
gonna be
dude.
buying it, man. If you tell me that.
Vanessa and I both have one. It's awesome.
Sleep good. Do you
Oh,
sleep with
yeah,
like one
yeah.
pillow, or do you sleep with multiple pillows?
Just one. I used to sleep with multiple, the multiple ones that I would buy at like Target or something or Kohl's. Now all I need is my pillow. That's it.
It's awesome, man.
That is it, man. Dude, it like molds to your head, man. It's just like, oh, dude, it's awesome.
That's awesome, man. I might have to invest in that myself. I have to have multiple pillows though. When you're a hefty boy like myself, you have to actually give your gut a pillow or two at night. So I have to. When I sleep on my side, I have to put a pillow there so it can hold my gut up and not pull to one side. So. It's terrible, man, but it's true. I mean, I hate it, man.
All right, let's try this. Let's see what we get. This may be a silly trade here. Maybe a silly trade. Just try to get a little bit out of this. All right, we'll take $100 right there.
My problem is I cannot fall asleep on my back. Can't do it.
No. I think I pretty much sleep on my back, and then I'll roll every once in a while. Man, I toss and turn, dude.
Yeah, I'm a face down kind of sleeper, so really presents a lot of. I'd be one of those guys that would be one of the 15 that get killed from smothering themselves. It could secretly be my wife too that smothers me. I don't know. My snoring. She says I snore, but I've never heard it. So
Yeah. It's not true until you hear it.
that's right. Well, she's even went as far as recording me and showing me, but I'm like, nah, that's not me. There's no way that's me. No way I could sound like that.
All right, 365 on the day. I'll take it.
That's nice, man. That was a good trade. Nice little scalp. Boom. Good thing you took it where you did.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. It's like one of those ones where you're just like, man, probably not the best idea, but I was just riding the momentum on that little thing there. Yeah, Mike, we are watching it, man. I got it on in the background. I'm not really listening to it though, because it's just too much mouths jabbering.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the vote to happen. That's what I'm waiting for. It's really what I care about. I don't really care about what people have to say.
They'd sit there and argue that the sun comes up in the west and not the east, and the east and sets in the east and not the west.
Yeah.
Because they're facing each other, so the directions are different for each one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like literally is like every single one of these representatives gonna speak. Every single one.
Yeah.
That would be 435 people speaking. 435. I don't really feel like listening to 435 people, and that's 435 minutes of my life that I will not get back because each
Never.
one of them is given a minute. Let's just say the vote won't happen until more than likely midday. Probably 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Dude, they just got to get it done, man, so they can get
this money going.
Get the
Get
money going
out
for
to
the people, man. People need that money. People need that money. And people, don't go blow that money on some stupid junk. Make sure you got like food and stuff. I mean, come on. Really?
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to spend it wisely, you can give it to CCS Investment Group, and we will invest it, and we'll make you some money.
Yeah, but like, you know, the majority of people, man, they're gonna go get that cell phone they've been waiting on. They're gonna go get. There's gonna be a lot of people, man, that just get an influx of money, and they're gonna go buy a TV. They're gonna go buy, you know, just stupid stuff.
Wisely, I know.
That's why I'm kind of eerie about it. You know, it's like I would rather, if they're working for the, you know, to make sure that their jobs can continue giving them their normal, you know, I don't know. Either way, dude, they're getting, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just not a good way to go about it. In either way. And people that, you know, are, you know, in that category, they're already getting food stamps, so they can go in and not even need cash to get food. It's not like they're going to go hungry, you know. So nobody can evict them right now either. So
yeah,
you know, so they're a lot of people are sitting there like, well, they can't evict me. I've got food stamps. I'm getting like $3,500 because I've got, you know, kids and whatnot. So it's like, I'm gonna go buy I'm gonna go buy this. I'm gonna go buy me a toy.
Man, you know what I heard last night? Apparently, like unemployment, you know, people that have like filed for unemployment are going to get it. They're going to get an extra $600 every week.
Dude, that's not right, dude.
On top of what they're getting from unemployment.
Dude, that's just not right, man. All that does is, yeah, man, that's just not. In my opinion, that's the wrong way to go. Because now all you're doing is giving people incentive not to work. You know, it's like, wow, unemployment's paying me even more money. It's like, well, I don't want to go back. You know, I mean, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and you know, they mentioned that. They said, like, do you think like these people that are going to be getting that money, how like, you know, how much do you think like these people aren't going to like want to go back to work? Like, you know, like they're not going to want to work their regular job now because they're getting an extra $600 every week,
right?
And on unemployment, so they're collecting unemployment plus this extra $600 a week. They're making more money than they did working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that shouldn't happen, dude. That should not happen at all, man. I disagree with that 125%, man. That's just not.
$810, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out there. 810 on the bot.
Nice.
Crazy. It's beating me.
Well, it was a little light yesterday, right? And it didn't really do you any justice yesterday.
No, yesterday it made money too.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, so it was profitable. The previous days were not. Still, historically for this week, it's down 1,595, so 1,595. So, but it was down like almost 3,000 starting yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say pretty good. pretty good last couple of days on it. So just gonna let it go, man. Let it run. See what
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
Nothing else you could do, man. As long as I'm making money, like I don't care. Like, I'll just let it run. And if I need to make any changes, I'll make changes.
Right. Yeah.
But, yeah, man. I'm gonna take another little quick break and call a couple people here, and then maybe lunchtime, and then I'll be back here. To just hopefully to get this vote going.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
actually kind of like where we're at right now. By the way, I think we might hold this here. The 76-33. You know what? I might just sit here for a little bit longer. I might sit here for this. Problem is we got this 20 and the 200 as resistance now.
Yeah, that's not helping anything.
And dude, look at how the 64. Remember, I said 64. Look how the price action has been right there.
It's really fighting that value area low, man. It's wanting to hold the value area.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. Now that we got a bullish pin bar right there through value area.
I know. That's why I said I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna sit here because I might take this. I might take this next candle.
Move higher under the surface, though. It
Might be rough because the 64.
Well, we got that 200 right there too, man. Like at 76.58 area, and it just can't get through it and hold it.
Yeah,
we get through that and hold it.
It did get through it. It did get through it. Like it was trying to punch it, broke through, and it fell through. So is this gonna now break and hold it?
I'll send you this. This is what we've got in.
Ooh, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Where is? Oh shit, dude, MPC.
I know, dude. It never got
it,
down.
right?
No, it never got down low enough. Fuck. Yeah, never got there. We got down to like 2060, something like that.
Damn it.
Yeah, I had the order sitting at 20. It's still sitting there, actually. Still sitting there.
Man, oh man.
See there?
That's absolutely insane.
I know. We had that right on the money, man. We knew.
We were right, man.
Yeah. Dude, this feels like I've made so much more money in this account. Like, I can't figure out where all that money's gone. Because, like, I don't get it, man. It's like it's sitting at 455.95. And I'm like, dude, I've done so many, like, over the past couple of weeks, like, $80 trades, $50 trades, $100 trades. It's like,
yeah.
How is it sitting at 455? It doesn't make any sense. No, Monster, Crumpster, I don't.
Oh God, yeah. These guys. When we become famous, nah, man, we're good. We'll just do our thing.
Yeah. You know what, Monster, Gangster, whatever you said your name was, we just wake up and we just wake up and we piss excellence. That's what we do.
That's right.
If you're out first, you're last. We don't need to be famous. I'm just kidding, guys. That is a line from a movie. Obviously not that conceited or whatever that word is. Conceited? No, not conceited. Is that it? Yep. Okay. I know I was right there with it, man, but been hanging out with my mom for a few days, so kind of jumpy.
It's not nice.
I know.
You gotta joke around about it though. You gotta. It'll keep you.
Yeah.
Keep you sane. Keep you not from.
What's really funny is she can joke around about it too, man. That's what's you know, she'll get kind of frustrated herself, and she'll say stuff just that cracks herself up. Just funny.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. Best way to deal with it, you know.
She is slowly starting to be able to read again, though.
Good. I think all that stuff's going to come back. The motor skills and all that, it'll all come back, man.
Yeah,
It's going to take some time. The brain is going to heal itself.
Yeah, and it was I was talking to a girl yesterday that her mom had like 2 of those and the TIAs or whatever, and she said it was pretty remarkable how fast she was able to bounce back. A couple of months, and you know, she was back to normal. So I think she'll be just fine. The important thing for me to do right now is make sure that, you know, right now the biggest thing for me to do, and what I am doing right now, is to make sure that she can feel secure not being at work, knowing that all her bills are paid, and like, you know, she doesn't have to worry about going back. You know, as long as I can keep her. The problem is, you know what sucks, Neal? She's literally under 3 years from retirement. That's what sucks. Because I think they go off like the last 5 years of your work to, you know, to kind of size up what your retirement, your Social Security is going to pay. Go off like your last 5 years of what you paid in or something, how much you made. And like, she's like in her prime right now. She's making the most money right now. She's only months away from her next raise. And you know, it's like if she can't go back, it's like, how does that work? You know what I mean? Like, how is that even? How is that going to work for her?
I would hope they'd take care of her. You know, I mean.
Yeah, and I just don't understand. I need to, you know what I need to do? I need to start educating myself more on Social Security. The problem is I'm so young, I don't think much about it. But I need to start educating myself on it, because I'm telling you, man, I don't fully understand like what all specs go into, you know, the whole 9. So, do we have so many bees this year? There's like an influx of bees. They're everywhere. Hornets, yellow jackets, bumblebees.
You got to get the spray out, man.
Dude, I'm gonna have to, man. It's like I've never seen before.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess we're going down. Jeez. Just when I thought we would be going up, Trae.
Yeah, it's really tough to trade right now, man. It's really tough to trade.
Yep. All right. Well, now I guess I'm just gonna make my phone call. I'll make my phone call now.
Yeah, man.
And then I'll reevaluate the situation. It's only 11:40, so
a lot of time.
Got time. All right. I'll be back.
Okay, we're selling off now. We're gonna sell off a little bit. Look at that. Got them nice little hack and ashies on that 1 minute. See that? They're looking a little different. Let me actually let me do this. Let's go to appearance. Let's fill in this. All right, now look at that. Look how pretty that is. Hakanashi. Doing some Hakanashi on the 1 minute chart here. Looks pretty good, right? Actually, you know what? Let's make it the same colors as the other one there. Is that it? Nope. Is that it? Yeah, that's close enough. Let's go fill down. Mo. Okay, that's pretty good. Apply. How's that? Nice color. All right. Holding that -1 right now. Is it going to continue to hold it, or are we going to break down? Find out in the next 2 minutes. Plus 8 more. Oh, we broke it. We broke the -1. Now we're headed down. But how far will it go? Only time will tell. Oh, there's them talkers.
Page who we have? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of West Michigan for the individuals and families who have seen their world turned upside down by COVID-19. Our neighbors, friends, and family members are losing their income, small businesses are closing their doors, and manufacturers big and small are shuttering their facilities. All this is happening not because of bad
Shuttering their
business decisions
facilities.
or personal choices, but because of a virus. The CARES Act will deliver critical relief to West Michigan residents, small businesses, and our medical professionals. This package will help tens of thousands of constituents in my district stay employed. While I don't agree with every proposal included in this bill, the vast majority of it will work directly to provide relief to the people who need it most. Communities across
Oh, Ron, I've done that so many times, man. It's not even funny.
To the first responders, nurses, and doctors who are serving our communities on the front lines, thank you for the farmers, the food processors, the truck drivers, and those stocking the shelves to make sure goods are available in this time of need. We're all in this together, Mr. Speaker. God bless America. Let's pass this bill.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Man, these guys just blah, 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 blah. Just pass the bill.
To the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the CARES Act.
Oh.
I agree we are facing an unprecedented emergency, one tied directly to China's nefarious actions. However, as President Trump said, we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. The President has shown strong leadership, seeking to help struggling families and small businesses. Congress must do the same, but we can't do so at the expense of our children and our grandchildren's future. The truth is this bill will spend $6 trillion, not $2 trillion. Even that cost fails to include the cost of borrowing this money. There is no attempt by Congress to reduce spending elsewhere in the budget to pay for this bill. The sad truth is that most of this money in this bill is unrelated to fighting the coronavirus. We believe that the fight against the virus will take 6 to 8 weeks, yet this bill spends money decades into the future. While it is clearly necessary to do something to help our country fight this disease, this bill is not the answer. Our country needs help.
Gentleman's
but
time's
this cure is
expired.
worse than the problem.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We're doing that.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, at this time I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Leader, Mr. Speaker, at this time, just like I said last week, I say it again this week. The COVID-19 pandemic will get worse before it gets better. It will get worse for our public health. It will get worse for our financial health. And that is why I rise in support of the CARES Act. With these shelter-in-place orders, we are continuing to trying to flatten the corona curve. But when we do that, figuratively, we are putting our economy in a medically induced coma. A step that, as we've seen this week, has led to one of the worst employment rates in our history. That is why we need one of the biggest stimulus packages in our history. The CARES Act will expand unemployment insurance for restaurant, retail, and hotel workers on the Central Coast of California. It will assist my specialty crop farmers in the salad and berry bowls of the world. And it will provide small businesses across this country with the loans necessary to survive. With this bruising pandemic, we are asking our constituents to do something that's not normal, to stand down, to stay inside, to separate from one another.
Gentleman's time
they are
expired.
relying on us
Gentleman from
to do
Maryland
the right thing,
reserves.
to step up and
the
to
gentleman
support
from
the CARES Act.
Texas
Thank you, Mr.
is
Speaker. I yield
recognized.
back.
Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz.
Gentleman from
Mr.
Florida is
Speaker,
recognized for
as
1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a fiscal conservative, $2.2 trillion of our grandchildren's money is a tough pill to swallow. But this is a two-front war on our economy and on public health. On the economic front, we must provide a lifeline to individuals, businesses, seniors that are suffering collateral damage. And on the health front, we must send reinforcements to our healthcare workers. This morning, I spoke with a physician and family member heading into the emergency room in Manhattan. She said she's scared. Like combat, I told her, you have to take a deep breath, stay focused, and do what you're trained to do. These hospitals are the Omaha Beach of this war. Colleagues, in the foxhole, nobody cares about race, religion, creed, socioeconomic background. They certainly don't care about Republican and Democrat. It's about mission. It's about country. We have a duty.
All right, guys, groceries are here. So I got to go unload some groceries. I'll be back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I think that's changed. Mr. Speaker, please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 days, I've seen the very best of America.
I've seen restaurants like Umi Seafood and Lucille's Barbecue in Fort Wayne deliver thousands of meals to those who need it. I've seen T&T Floral Shop in Columbia City deliver flowers to every nursing home resident in my county. I've seen many lining up to donate blood. And I've seen so many healthcare professionals put themselves in harm's way on the front lines. Mr. Speaker, it's time for Congress to join them and bring relief to our neighbors who needed it yesterday. The CARES Act will keep the lights on in America. It will put cash in the hands of Americans who need help to pay their bills and put food on the table. And it will give a lifeline to small businesses when they need it most. This is by no means a perfect bill, but it gets help to the people who need it most. And I hope we will come back and make changes as needed in the near future. Mr. Speaker, in this time of national crisis, we must continue working together and with President Trump to keep our country in the fight. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 didn't kill our economy. Government policies, however well-intentioned, did that. In just a few weeks, they've derailed the most promising and prosperous economy of our lifetimes and put us in imminent danger of permanently destroying millions of American jobs. The unprecedented spending in this bill threatens to destabilize the fiscal structure of our federal government and suppress future economic growth. But in order to deal with those issues, we must first arrest the damage caused by the actions that have plunged us into a recession. Temporary job losses will soon become permanent job losses without federally guaranteed loans to preserve those jobs and a way for families to recoup their financial losses. This bill does so, although inefficiently, wastefully, and at enormous cost. Despite all its flaws, passage of this bill is therefore imperative. But it is no substitute for getting Americans back to work.
Gentleman from
soon.
Texas reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me pleasure to yield 1 minute to our distinguished colleague from Massachusetts, Ms. Trae.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since day one of this Congress, Democrats have committed themselves to a For the People agenda. Today is no different. The COVID-19 pandemic is impacting people across the world, our country, my district. And it is for the people that we stand here today to assist families, uplift workers whose basic livelihoods have been threatened, strengthen our community hospitals, and support our frontline healthcare workers. We are here to deliver relief to people, like the owner of a community bookstore in Andover, Massachusetts, whose business has been crushed, to keep our end of the bargain for the hospital workers at places like Lawrence General and Lowell Community Health Center, and so many others who are putting their lives on the line each day. And we are here for the families who are worried about their basic health and safety. This bill delivers for them. This is a time for bold action, and much more needs to come. For families struggling with the harsh realities of this situation, know that we will keep protecting you. We will take our lessons and courage from our frontline workers, from the families banding together to care for their loved ones, from the acts of kindness we are seeing all over our country as we stand united as Americans.
Gentleman
I support
from Virginia
this bill.
reserves.
Thank
Gentleman
you. I yield
from
back.
Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remaining on both sides?
You have 20. Gentleman has 26 minutes, and the majority has 20 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Really pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, during times like this, it brings out the best and the worst. The best has been a president who's working nonstop. The best have been those businesses who are producing the masks and the things that we need. The best has been the churches that are praying nonstop. Now, the worst has been the price tag, and the worst has been the things that were added to this that had nothing to do with the coronavirus. So $25 million for the Kennedy Center, $75 million for the National Arts. This has nothing to do with the coronavirus. This nation shall survive, and in the words of Winston Churchill, there are times when doing our best isn't good enough. We will do what's required in spite of this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to our friend from Florida, Mr. DeSoto.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise here today, the United States has more coronavirus cases than any nation on the planet. This is an unprecedented crisis that requires an unprecedented response. This bipartisan bill is a promise that help is on the way. That help is on the way for families with $1,200 checks and $2,400 for married families, for food assistance, for the unemployed. Help is on the way with $600 in unemployment benefits on top of state benefits. Help is on the way for our seniors and our veterans with financial assistance. Help is on the way with small businesses through payroll grants and other costs. First responders and hospitals, help is on the way to confront this crisis. And to our farmers and to our students, help is on the way. It's time to pass this bipartisan bill and send a message to Central Florida and every American across every corner of this nation that there is help, because help and hope are on the way.
Gentleman's time. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. Members are asked to take their conversations off the floor. Gentleman from Texas may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that this bill was delayed in pursuit of certain wasteful provisions that have nothing to do with the coronavirus. With that said, I'm thankful that the vast majority of this bill rightly focuses on the needs of Americans. It will save small business in my district, provides much-needed funds to the hospitals on the front lines of this fight, and provides a safety net for people who lose their jobs due to no fault of their own. America is hurting. The American people need us now more than ever. Thanks to Leader McCarthy and President Trump and the members involved for their unrelenting work on this. To the American people, it is much later than anyone wanted, but help is on the way. I urge a yes vote. May God bless us all. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to our friend from California, Mr. Cox.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of today's bill, which is a bipartisan, good faith effort to begin to provide relief to millions of American families and workers. And while not perfect, it's a good start. In the last few weeks, I spoke to thousands of my Central Valley neighbors. Last week, I had a town hall where 9,000 constituents called in. They are scared, they are worried, but they're looking for guidance and leadership. And today, they are looking for relief. No American should have to go between paying rent and putting food on their table. But without immediate assistance, this is exactly the choice they'll have to make. As a representative of the top ag district in the top ag state, I'm proud this bill shores up vital safety net programs for our farmers, ranchers, and their families. But I'm disappointed about this bill's glaring shortcomings, which must be remedied in a future bill. This bill punishes mixed status households and denies some American citizens benefits they deserve. It does not put a penny in the
Gentleman's
CDFI
time's expired. Gentleman from
district
Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
We've gone from a story that barely affected Americans 3 weeks ago to a $2 trillion bill today. The cost is too high, but the crisis in response to government experts may be right and may be wrong, who said don't fly, don't eat out, don't worship together, don't go to school. Our economy was shattered. Was our president held up by irresponsible Democrats and too many irresponsible Republicans for excessive spending? Yes, but we must act to calm the panic and move back to normalcy. I flew here yesterday on the only Southwest flight from Milwaukee with 5 passengers. Usually there are 2 almost full flights. Restaurants are shuttered by the government and their employees are laid off. President Trump is right to act and stand up to the purists who would let businesses go under or who don't understand that even the greatest of presidents have had to compromise. I'm concerned about the unemployment benefits going over $900 a week, more than most Wisconsin people make. I want to help Americans laid off, but this provision delays the recovery, and I hope Americans don't bite on it. Stand with the president. Thank
Gentleman
you.
from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield to the distinguished member from California, Mr. Carter. No. Yeah.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had two obligations in responding to this pandemic. First, to move quickly and urgently, and second, to put science and health ahead of partisan politics. Neither of those two things happened. But this bill is a step forward. It helps all the workers who have lost their jobs. It helps the businesses that are struggling with customers not showing up and staying home. And it helps the frontline nurses, doctors, first responders who need more equipment. There is more to do. As soon as we pass this bill, we need to keep working to make sure that we're expanding paid leave, to expand access to health care, and to make sure that we continue to protect each and every person who is out there as a first responder. But until then, I want to thank my friends on both sides of the aisle for working to get this done, and I urge us to pass it as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting hearing all this talk about we got to do it now, got to do it now. It's been delayed since last weekend because of our friends across the aisle. And then also, regarding the bill that we previously passed, it exempted the big corporations we're now hearing is so evil. So we need to get our story consistent here. But thank goodness the president put a travel ban in while some were trying to conspire, spy, impeach, but he kept being persistent, and as a result, there are fewer people with the disease. Now, $2 trillion is vastly too much money, but I spent much of the night reviewing all the sunsets in the bill. I'm satisfied that most of them will prevent most of the waste, but there's some pet projects in here. But it's time to turn back to the God that so many have turned from, and then use the tools we've got to help those that have been put in jeopardy. I will vote for the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Speaker, I now have the privilege of yielding to the distinguished Democratic whip, Mr. Jim Clyburn of South Carolina.
How much time?
1 minute.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. I just want to take a moment to thank all of my colleagues for responding to what is an unprecedented event in the history of this country. Many of us who've studied history know full well that the country has been here before, and we have always recovered. The problem is, many times, that recovery is uneven. And what we have done with this legislation is created the opportunity to have a more equitable recovery taking place. And I thank you all for doing that. The fact of the matter is, this is a great country which does not have to be made great again. What we've got to do is make this country's greatness accessible and affordable for all Americans. This legislation makes an attempt to do that, and I would hope that as we go forward, we will build upon it. And when we come back, which we will have an equitable society for all. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
By the way, Mr. Speaker, you're doing a fine job today. Thank you.
Well, you all are doing a fine job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, throughout our history, the American people have mobilized in extraordinary and unprecedented ways in times of national crisis. But the enemy we face today has required a different response. To defeat COVID-19, we have asked most Americans to do what comes so unnaturally to them: stay home. We have asked businesses to shutter, employees to stop going to work, and churches to close. Entire industries have lost their consumer base overnight. The American people didn't cause this crisis, but are responding the way they always do, by being smart, tough, and compassionate. We owe it to them to give them this support. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentleman, lady from Minnesota is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, not because it's perfect or even sufficient, but because the lives and the livelihoods of Americans are at risk. And so this bill provides immediate cash assistance. It allows for unemployment benefits. It puts direct money in the hands of small businesses who are struggling in my district. It creates $100 million in assistance to hospitals, something Minnesota hospitals are desperately in need of. And it creates $150 billion in necessary funding for state
Gentleman from
and
Maryland
local
reserves.
government.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 1 minute. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to vote yes enthusiastically. This is a big bill, but the American people are bigger. They will respond to the present threat as Americans have always faced grave challenges, as free men and women with deep reservoirs of strength, capability, and when summoned, duty and confidence. It is the duty of some to mobilize this government to backstop the economy, the duty of some to isolate, to blunt the contagion, the duty of some to face the risk tending the afflicted, and fellow Americans, the duty of the rest of us to mobilize the unstoppable force of the American economy, to provide supplies, innovate technologies, and enlarge healthcare capacities to meet the needs of all, and to defeat this enemy. With God's help, this virus is no match for the United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, one time, because we're getting towards the end, can you give us the time that each side has?
The majority has, the gentleman from Maryland has 15 and a half minutes. Gentleman from Texas has 20 minutes.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please yield 1 minute. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney.
Gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are good parts of this bill. The things President Trump asked for at the very beginning, like tax relief for employers, help for those who lost their jobs, funding for the medical community and first responders. And I thank President Trump for his excellent leadership. I had a couple ideas I'd like to offer as amendments to this bill, but this is a closed process. 435 members of Congress can't even offer amendments. That's not the way we're supposed to make legislation, especially one that spends $2 trillion. There are parts of this bill that's also unrelated to the coronavirus, $1 billion for Amtrak, money for National Public Radio and the arts. But what we're not talking about is how we're going to pay for this. $2 trillion. We all agree about spending $2 trillion, but how do you pay for it? We're going to borrow it from China? We're going to borrow it from Russia? We're just going to print the money and devalue our current currency? That's not being talked about. The interest on the national debt every year is already about $500 billion every year going forward. We could use that money to pay for epidemics like this and fund our troops. So going forward, we need to talk about balancing our budget and paying for things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back, balance my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week, 3.3 million Americans filed for unemployment. Small businesses around this country are shuttering. Millions of Americans and their children are at home practicing social distancing, a term that few knew 2 weeks ago. Countless others are on the front lines in our hospitals, doctor's offices, pharmacies, or simply checking us out at the grocery store. Yesterday, I spoke to many small businesses in my district on a call. I was asked to give them hope. To the American people who are watching, there is hope, and help is on the way. There are many things in this bill I do not like. There are portions that I think are a mistake. But colleagues, this is our time for action. Do not hold this bill up. We owe it to the citizens of this great country who are struggling.
We owe action for them today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia. Mr.
Gentleman
Dyer.
from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last pandemic. I want to draw attention to the research investments in the CARES Act. The Department of Energy has funds for its high-end computing capabilities. The National Science Foundation will do molecular and cellular research. NIST will ensure the validity and the reliability of the testing. And the EPA will do research on the risk of transmission. Mr. Speaker, my grandfather lost his wife and first son in the flu epidemic in 1919. Yet this is not the last novel virus. But with a bold, sustained commitment to science, we can make COVID-19 the last pandemic. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, our country finds ourselves in uncharted waters. None of us have ever experienced anything like this before. For the past 2 weeks, I've been at home in the 1st District of Georgia, visiting with individuals, with small business owners. I've seen something I've never seen before. I've seen people who are concerned about their health, concerned about their future. Mr. Speaker, this is something we have to address. I've also seen something I've never seen before either, and that is people pulling together, people doing for each other, people caring for each other, volunteering at food banks, volunteering at service organizations. I've seen healthcare workers putting their own health at risk to deliver services. I've seen the best of America as well. Mr. Speaker, it is our opportunity here, our responsibility to help these people, to deliver to them. No, this is not a perfect bill. If I had an opportunity, I'd change a number of things in it, but it is what we need to do, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, more than anything, what we need to do is we need to pray. We need to
Gentleman's time's
pray to the
expired.
God of
Gentleman
Abraham,
from
to
Texas
the God of
reserves.
David.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Michigan, Dan Kildee.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for yielding. This is an unprecedented moment for this country, and it's important that this Congress respond in a way consistent with this threat. We have differences about this bill. There are things in it that many of us don't like. But this moves us forward. This gives the American people the support they need in order to follow the medical advice that they are given without putting their families at risk. It supports small businesses. It puts money in the hands of Americans so that they can take care of their families financially while they're taking care of the health of their families. I support
Maryland
this
reserves.
legislation.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, General Bergman.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. This legislation takes major steps to support American workers and families during this unprecedented time. It provides increased funding to get our healthcare workers essential supplies and equipment. It also helps small businesses who have been asked to close their doors and sacrifice their livelihoods for everyone's health and safety. This bill is not perfect. I'm disappointed that we're paying for things that don't have anything to do with COVID-19. And I'm concerned about inadvertent damage we may be doing to our seasonal businesses by incentivizing people to stay at home rather than go back to work once shelter-in-place restrictions are lifted. Small seasonal businesses are the lifeblood of Michigan's 1st District, and as we implement this policy, I will do everything I can to prevent unintended consequences from happening. The people of Michigan's 1st District are resilient. We have survived hardships before, and we will again. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer.
Gentlelady from New Hampshire is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support this unprecedented emergency relief for the American people. My colleague Chris Pappas and I have spoken with tens of thousands of our constituents through telephone town halls and conference calls with hospitals. I want to support for our people who have lost their jobs, for our small businesses, but most importantly for our frontline healthcare workers in our rural hospitals. We need supplies. We
Time's
need
expired.
support.
Gentleman
Thank you
from
for
Maryland
voting yes.
reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Businesses large and small, through no fault of their own, are failing. We told them to shut down, and workers are losing their jobs. And let me clear something up for everyone. A lost job is a lost job, whether from a large business or a small business. And it's devastating for families. Americans need help. Thankfully, this bill covers it all, from direct aid to accelerated loans. But when every day counts in a crisis, this bill was delayed by Democrats unnecessarily for a totally unrelated progressive wish list. I don't get mad, but this made me mad. And in the end, the final bill today is barely different than last weekend, and the record will show that. But we have it now, and we should pass it now. It will soften the upcoming hardship, but we must not be complacent, for we have more difficult decisions ahead. How will we balance the opening of society with the pandemic? It's a tough question, and we won't be able to answer that question if the antics of this week continue. The country wants us to move forward together as Americans, not as petty, opportunistic partisans. We can beat this, but only if we do it together.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
My home state of New York has become the epicenter of this terrible pandemic. This bill brings financial support to increase the number of hospital beds, equip our brave doctors, nurses, EMTs, and other medical providers who are our front line of defense and who should not be asked to risk their lives to save others. This crisis will pass, our economy will recover, but American families and workers who lost their jobs by the millions through no fault of their own desperately need this financial support now. This bill provides important grants and loans to small businesses, which will be critical to our economic recovery. There's more for us to do, but this bill is an important first step to secure American families and workers.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was 5 or 6, I had a Sunday school teacher tell me a story that relates to a little bit what we're doing right now. A small child went missing in the Plains States. The community went 100 different directions. They didn't find the child. There was no results. They finally came together. They prayed to God, asked him for wisdom. They ended up holding hands and walking across the prairie. Mr. Speaker, they found that child. This country needs to remember that, and this body needs to remember that. I think we need to put our partisanship aside. We need to quit bickering. We need to ask Almighty God for wisdom and do what's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a fine job.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the CARES Act. Over 2,500 Illinoisans have been diagnosed with the coronavirus, 26 of whom have died. Countless more are in need of testing, and thousands of our frontline healthcare workers are desperate for PPE. Just this month, over 130,000 Illinoisans have lost their jobs. This is unprecedented. The CARES Act provides immediate economic relief to individuals, billions in small business loans and grants, and improved unemployment protections. It will help states, local governments, and healthcare systems meet the enormous challenges that they are facing. And I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, head of the Pro-Life Caucus, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman is recognized.
As of today, Mr. Speaker, in my state alone, 6,800 people have been tested positive with 81 deaths, and in one family alone, 4 members of the family have died. Containing the pandemic, developing and deploying reliable therapeutics and a safe and effective vaccine must be our highest priority, no matter the cost. People, especially those on the front lines, in healthcare, first responders, are heroically meeting the challenge, often at great personal cost. The $2.2 trillion CARES Act is comprehensive and absolutely needed. It provides unprecedented support for taxpayers, small businesses, grants to hospitals, helps state and local governments, boosts unemployment, and food security. Special thanks to all of those on the House and Senate side, the leadership, for their cooperation in this bill, and to President Trump, the Vice President, Dr. Birx, and Dr. Fauci, and many others who have brought their expertise to confronting this huge challenge. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Clay.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the CARES Act, and I'm so proud of the emergency housing priorities, including a temporary moratorium on evictions, foreclosures of homeowners, and federally backed mortgages. There's $4 billion for emergency grants for homelessness, $5 billion for CBDGs, and $1 billion for project-based rental assistance. We are in this fight together, and we will not be broken. Viruses come and go, but the courage of the American people
the gentleman has
endures.
expired.
God bless you all.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Values Action Team, the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. We're at war against an unseen enemy our world has never faced before. We are battling on two fronts, the healthcare front and the economic front. Thousands of people are sick, with courageous healthcare workers battling on the front lines. Meanwhile, millions of Americans have lost their jobs because of the virus, imperiling family budgets and devastating our economy. Today's bill sends needed battle reinforcements to both fronts. It provides funds to purchase more medical supplies and to support our hospitals, while also sending much-needed help to businesses so that they can make payroll and keep the doors open. It sends money directly to almost every household and supports those who have lost their job due to the COVID crisis. Most importantly, it gives this nation hope. Hope that we will get through this by supporting our healthcare workers, enabling businesses to stay open, and sending Americans funds needed to get them through. While this bill is far from perfect and the price tag is sobering, I believe we are in an unprecedented battle, and it is imperative we win this war. I will be voting yes, and I invite all Americans to join us in this battle.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 30 seconds. 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espelot.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the CARES Act. Mr. Speaker, it would be criminal not to support billions of dollars for our hospitals and healthcare workers. It will be criminal not to support billions of dollars for our small businesses that will struggle. It will be criminal not to support help for working families, $1,200 for individuals, $500 for child. But it is also criminal to leave out immigrants. They clean our houses, take care of our children and our elderly. It's also criminal to shortchange New York, which has become the epicenter of this epidemic. The delay of ventilators and PPEs has also been criminal. Remember, all of you, New York is your future.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would rather die than see my country stumble or fall. And by God, I mean that, and I don't think I'm the only one in this body that feels this way. And I have worried that as a result of a virus that was born in a disgusting market in Wuhan, China, that was hidden from the world, that our country may stumble. But I can tell you that that worry has subsided quickly for me as I looked around my own community and realized again that Americans are a salty group of tough SOBs that are defeated by absolutely nothing. And this isn't going to defeat us either. There's parts of this bill that I don't like, but I am proud that when Americans wake up tomorrow, they're going to continue to know that we wake up here not as victims, but as people with a greater opportunity than anybody across the world. 50 stars, 13 red and white stripes. We get to decide for ourselves if today is better than yesterday, this week is better than next week, this year, this month is better than last month, and next year, and so on. Nobody else gets to decide that for us. That hasn't changed, and it will never change. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Connor Lamb.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I know a firefighter
who is going into sick people's homes still today with no mask. We all talk like this is war, but did George Marshall, a Western Pennsylvanian, wait for U.S. Steel to join the war effort in their own good time? No. He used to say, you cannot fight against the problem, you have to decide it. We have given this government money. We cannot give it leadership. Now is the time to decide this problem. Take this money, buy the masks, build the ventilators, protect our people now.
Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from American Samoa, Ms. Ragabagan.
Gentlelady from American Samoa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in overwhelming support of this bipartisan legislation. The country needs it, and American Samoa desperately needs it. American Samoa has unique economic and geographic challenges. So far, my constituents are without any coronavirus testing at all, as NBC recently reported. The Army Corps has reported our LBJ hospital needs over $100 million in minimum improvements just to meet compliance standards. I want to thank the President for his leadership, and I thank my colleagues for including my request that the Pacific Territories and the freely associated states are in the definition of state, so all pandemic unemployment assistance programs apply to us. Our people are strong, and their faith is strong. Let's get this funding to work and provide testing in American Samoa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God bless us all. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from New York, again, the epicenter, who knows this firsthand, Ms. Yvette Clarke.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Vice Chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, I rise today in support of the CARES Act. My colleagues have spoken about the provisions of this bill, and although it is not perfect, it is a necessary one. We must now protect my constituents in the 9th District of New York, the epicenter, and all Americans across this country. New Yorkers have been through 9/11, the financial meltdown, Superstorm Sandy, and now we're in the midst of COVID-19. In my city, New York City, we're not just facing economic ruin, but also a genuine health crisis. That's why it's so critical that Donald Trump used the Defense Production Act. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining on both sides?
The gentleman from Texas has 10½ minutes. The gentleman from Maryland has 11 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Brooks.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge strong support for the CARES Act. For years, my colleague and I from across the aisle, Ann Eshoo, have worked to pass the Pandemic All Hazardous Preparedness Act that was signed into law in June of 19. For years, we have said it was not a matter of if we would have a pandemic, but when we would have a pandemic. That when is now. And now is not the time to place blame. Now is not the time to look back. Now is the time to act and to look forward. Now is the time to restore confidence in this body. Now is the time to pass this act for those healthcare workers who are staying at the hospital while they're begging us to stay home. Now is the time for all those school children who are watching this body, thinking about and learning about this body, to show them that we can come together and govern. Now is the time to pass the CARES
Gentlelady's
Act.
time's expired. The gentleman from Texas
God bless
reserves.
America.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to Mr. Sablon, who represents the Northern Marianas, and he does such an excellent job. Thank you very much. Yield 30 seconds.
Gentleman from the Northern Marianas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation we are considering to stop the coronavirus is not perfect. No legislation ever is, and we have more work to do. But even amid crisis, we should not forget to say thank you. For the third time, Speaker Pelosi has led this House to respond forcefully to the coronavirus, to give healthcare providers the resources, families financial aid, to support workers and businesses. And throughout this unprecedented time, always the Speaker and her leadership team remembered the United States of America includes the people of the Northern Mariana
Gentleman's
Islands.
time's expired.
And for that, I
Gentleman
am
from
grateful.
Maryland reserves.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
New York is the epicenter of the coronavirus crisis today, and I want to thank our North Country heroes on the front lines, our nurses, our doctors, our hospital personnel, EMS, first responders, teachers, grocers, and truckers. The better angels of our nature are among us each and every day. Volunteers coming forward, quilting groups in the Adirondacks, students using 3D printers, mask making from Sackett's Harbor to Saratoga Flag. This emergency bill needed to pass yesterday. It needed to pass last week. New Yorkers and this nation need this relief immediately for our hospitals, healthcare heroes, and hardworking families. This country is a resilient nation. From the revolution to the Civil War to the pandemic flu to 9/11, we will overcome this. Congress needs to step up, do our job, pass this rescue package today for New York State and for the American people, and I yield back.
Back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it now gives me great honor to yield to the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, the gentleman from New York, again the epicenter of this challenge that we have as a country, Hakeem Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We also have assembled the mightiest military, but you cannot judge the greatness of America based on our wealth or our military might. We should only judge the greatness of America based on how we stand up for the least, the lost, and the left behind. The CARES bill is legislation that will help and provide relief to the most vulnerable amongst us. It will provide relief to everyday Americans. It will provide relief to small businesses. It will provide relief to displaced workers. The coronavirus is a silent assassin and has targeted the American people. But we are a resilient nation. We defeated the Great Depression. We defeated Nazi Germany. We defeated Jim Crow. We will defeat COVID-19 as well.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I once again inquire as to the time?
Gentleman from Texas has 8.5 minutes. The gentleman from Maryland has 9.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute to gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the CARES Act. Even in rural southern Illinois, there are 27 cases in my district. Folks, we need to come together in a bipartisan manner with this bill to deal with, first, the health of our constituents. Second, the health of their pocketbooks in this bill. Third, those businesses where they need to go back to work, whether it's a small business or a large business. This bill does that. Is it perfect? No, but it is the right step forward that we need to do and do today, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to our distinguished vice chair of our caucus, Catherine Clark from Massachusetts.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the CARES Act. Americans are facing a public health crisis that is an unprecedented threat to the health and safety of our communities. Hospitals are struggling to care for our communities and get the protective equipment they need. The pandemic has brought schools, businesses, and whole states to a standstill, including my home state of Massachusetts. Americans are calling for help, and today we will vote to bring them relief and offer them a lifeline, but it won't be the end of our support. To those on the front lines, healthcare workers, cashiers, child care providers, truck drivers, cleaners, and postal workers, and to all Americans, we say, we see you, we appreciate and are grateful for your sacrifice, and we will continue to fight for the people. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the citizens of the 1st District of Virginia
to say that America's glass is still half full. While we face this unprecedented challenge, we see across our nation the resolve and the spirit of America. It is alive and well. While this is a challenge for us here in Congress to show the same spirit and resolve, to get the job done for the American people. While this bill is far from perfect, it will demonstrate that we can come together and show what we have seen in the days past of what's going on across America. Folks, America's best days are still to come, and we continue to be the greatest nation the world has ever known. May God continue to bless our great United States of America.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, now I would like to yield to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from
30 seconds.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the American people want to know that their government will be there for them. They want to know that their tax dollars will pay dividends for them. They want to know that we will promote the general welfare as extolled in the preamble to the Constitution. They want to know that we will not allow the perfect to become the enemy of the good. This is not a perfect bill. It is a good bill. I will support it. The American people need certainty. They want to know that we will be there for them.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Watkins.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the good people of eastern Kansas. The war analogy has been thrown around a lot these days. And as a man who's been to war and spent many years there, I can tell you that's not altogether inaccurate. In both cases, people are frightened. In both cases, people die. And in both cases, people discover what it is they're made of. And when war, just like now, people need to come together. This bill is an example of having done just that. It's not perfect, but it's what we've got. It's got my vote. I'd urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Well, I think probably we're going to have to ring the bells.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would now like to yield to a senior member of the House and a cardinal from Florida, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, for 1 minute.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a proud Floridian, I rise to protect our workers, health professionals, small businesses, and veterans from this grave crisis we face. Senate Republicans drafted a corporate-friendly bill that failed to meaningfully support the millions who are losing their jobs. Instead, Democrats secured a package that invests $2 trillion in families, hospitals, and small businesses. Workers will get massive investments in unemployment benefits and an added 13 weeks of benefits, which Republicans fought to deny. Working-class families will get as much as $3,400 for a family of 4. Small businesses will get help to make payroll, rent, and utility costs. I'm proud that the Appropriations Committee spearheaded nearly $20 billion to ensure veterans' health needs are met, whether at the VA or local ERs and clinics. Appropriators have also worked to ensure our VAs can assist our local communities if they reach full capacity. This package is not perfect and more help will be needed, but our families, small businesses, and hospitals need this help desperately. I ask my colleagues to give them this lifeline against this invisible enemy. We are all in this together. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We also reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to yield to the former president of the University of Wisconsin, president of the University of Miami, and secretary of Department of Health, one of our most knowledgeable members about issues of families and workers, the distinguished Secretary Donna Shalala, Congresswoman from Florida.
For how much time, please?
For 1 minute.
Gentlelady from Florida.
Excuse me. 30 seconds. We have a lot of people going here.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, today we send the CARES Act to the President to provide the people in my community with the needed relief from the devastation of this pandemic. I'm here for the first responders, the healthcare workers, and all of those who are risking their lives. They are our heroes. Mr. Speaker, we need to support this bill now because we must. The virus has left us with no choice.
But my hope is that after we have starved this virus, we will make a national commitment to permanently rebuild our public health infrastructure.
Expired. The gentleman from Maryland reserves.
back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now another member of South Florida, and all three of them have spoken now, indicating the importance of the crisis that confronts us. Debbie McCarcel-Powell.
Thank you, Mr.
How much
Speaker.
time?
30 seconds.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of this morning, the U.S. has the most COVID-19 cases worldwide. Over 1,200 have tragically lost their lives. In Florida alone, we have over 2,300 cases, 652 in Miami-Dade County, 14 in Monroe County. South Florida is quickly becoming another epicenter of this pandemic. We are watching how numbers for unemployment are skyrocketing. Small businesses are closing. It's a tough reality to face, but we in Congress can do something. We can come together, set aside our ideological differences, and help people now. And that's why I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Abby Finkenauer, for 30 seconds.
I'll give her time to prepare that podium there. Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the great state of Iowa, where literally just moments ago, before I got up here to speak, I found out we lost another 2 Iowans to coronavirus, now up to 3, all in my congressional district. Today, we are grieving losses all over the country and the globe, where tragically necessary caution came too late. The package we're considering today is not perfect. It will not bring folks back that we lost, but it will give much needed relief to our hospital systems and to our working families and small businesses across the country.
Gentleman from
God bless
Maryland
the United
reserves.
States of America.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I have a time check?
And, from Maryland has 5½ minutes. 5½ minutes. Gentleman from Texas has 6½ minutes. Gentleman from Maryland
The gentleman
is
from
recognized.
Texas, you have 6½ minutes left? Okay, I'll yield now 30 seconds to Colin Allred from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak to the people of North Texas, many of whom are under stay home, stay safe orders from smart leaders like Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins and Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson. I know many of you are frightened. I've heard from many of you who are worried about your family's health, your job, and your business. I want you to know that we are on your side. We are with you. We will not let this great country fail, and we will defeat this virus in a way that leaves no one behind. We should follow the examples of our brave first responders. Every American owes them a debt of gratitude, but we can best honor their service by staying home if you can
Gentleman's
and following
time's
the
expired.
orders
Gentleman
that
from
we've been issued. I
Maryland
yield back.
reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio has 1 minute.
I don't think anyone's happy about the present situation, but the free market did not close the economy. Governments chose that response to an exceptional risk to public health. The various governments are made up in our country need to make sure that individuals, families, and businesses affected by their unprecedented decisions remain solvent and that as many people as possible remain employed. Like any war, the enemy votes too, but the sooner we can get lower-risk Americans back to work, the safer most people will feel. In our response, we must always defend our values and the way of life that makes America the world's land of opportunity. God bless you all.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to Mr. Chuy Garcia of Chicago.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the CARES Act, even though it doesn't protect everyone I wish it would, including all immigrants. However, it represents a bold, unprecedented step in protecting workers and bolstering our healthcare system and in stabilizing our economy, especially our small businesses. That's why I will vote aye. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I now yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Madeleine Dean, for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the leader. The coronavirus pandemic is a reminder of our common humanity and our interconnectedness. I stand today to say Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, and Berks County, Pennsylvania, my home district, have been particularly hard hit. There's suffering and courage in my community. We have had 3 deaths. I rise in support of this CARES Act. It is unprecedented. It's a monumental bill to send relief and confidence to those who are suffering, to our workers, to our families, to our children, to our business owners. I am proud to support.
All right, guys. I've been scalping the snot out of this thing. If anybody is still with me, I have taken on a few other trades here. I took the long here, took a short here. You know, so looking really good. Looking really good. This last trade was a $28 trade. It wasn't huge, but it was not quite as good as this one. This was a $50 trade here, right here, and took it up, made 50 bucks. This one. Just scalped it in and out. $28. Up very nice on the day. Very nice on the day at this point. Like I'm ready to just. I need. My goal is $55 more. And I hate to set goals, but I'd love to get $55 more. So I'm still watching. I'm gonna see if I can hit a. Hit a goal of mine that I've set for myself. So let's see what happens. And I don't know what's up, but the 2-minute is giving good signals today. If you look since the open, look at this. Look. Sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Look at those trades. It's amazing. So good stuff. So I just pulled the 2-minute back up since it's actually, it's actually giving good trade signals. It's like this one here. This 1 minute, we had the buy here, and then we get another buy signal there, which would have been stopped out. So that was a good buy signal there, but that was not such a great buy signal right there. So, as long as the 2-minute is giving signals, I'm going to be taking those signals. What just happened? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just messed up. There we go. I was looking at that. I was like, no, I don't think the 2-minute give me the. Okay, so here we go. You can see a lot more false signals coming off the 1-minute chart. Now, the 1-minute chart would have been good yesterday just to keep you involved. But, definitely enjoying the signals on the 2-minute today. 25.51 on ES here. Let's see, Jux. Let's see. You just got a sell trigger on 20. We got a sell trigger right there. You can see that was actually a pretty good trade. We haven't got that many on ES today. Got a sell trigger first thing in the morning. It worked out. Got another sell trigger here. Short trigger there that wouldn't have worked out. But then we got this one here. Boom. Worked out pretty good. So. Alright, going back to NQ. Oops.
For everyone affected by this virus, we will be your voice. For those battling the virus, or lost your job, or do not know if you'll have one a month or two from now, I want you to know we're listening, we hear you, and we are working for you. I want to give Leader McConnell a lot of credit. From the beginning, he was committed to a bottom-up, bipartisan, and bicameral process. He honored his commitment, and it shows. The Senate passed this bill by a unanimous vote. Every Republican, every Democrat. It is bold, truly bipartisan, and targeted to achieve the mission at hand. Our top priority is to keep Americans at work. So we aim the efforts to keep Americans employed through two measures. For small businesses and nonprofits, the bill provides 100% federally guaranteed loans for 8 weeks. If that loan is used to pay your employees, or pay your rent, or pay your utilities, it's no longer a loan, it's a grant, because we know what government has asked you to do. Other business gets a retention credit to keep employees on. If, unfortunately, American workers find themselves out of work, this bill offers an additional 13 weeks of unemployment insurance and dramatically expands eligibility. It also makes benefits more generous by adding another $600 across-the-board payment through the end of July. The CARES Act also expands unemployment insurance to cover gig workers and self-employed and nonprofit employees. Additionally, for American families that might need a little extra support, you will start receiving and seeing those checks in 3 weeks. You won't have to wait for months for financial help. Payments will be as much as $1,200 for an individual taxpayer and $500 per child. Finally, this legislation provides critical resources to American healthcare workers and hospitals. Over $140 billion in appropriations to support our health systems. We don't just talk about our respect for the medical heroes among us. We are going to give them the equipment to save lives and the tools they need to protect themselves. The reason for this legislation is to protect American workers, protect American jobs, and protect hard-working American taxpayers. We are providing targeted, temporary, and timely relief to Main Street, not Wall Street. We are not underwriting bad business practices or priming the pump. Ultimately, we are laying the foundation for a rapid economic recovery. This bill is not only a rescue package, it is a commitment. A commitment that your government and the people whom you elected to serve will do everything we can to limit the harm and hardship you face, both now and in the foreseeable future. To the American public, if you do your part, I promise we will do ours. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it is our responsibility to act, to put aside our differences and do what's right for the American public. Aid must be robust, rapid, and resilient, just like its recipients. We are going to help Americans through this. We are going to do this together. And in the end, we are going to be healthier, stronger, and more united than ever before. Because, as Americans, that's who we are. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to Mr. Cohen from Tennessee.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Words above the Speaker's head at the top of this chamber from Daniel Webster.
Getting a signal here.
He says, "May in our day and generation, may we not perform something worthy to be remembered. Today, we have something worthy before us and something to be remembered. We should all vote aye. I am here to vote aye and to encourage the President to use the Defense Production Act for everyone and to continue talking to the President of China because this is a worldwide pandemic." I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now have the privilege of yielding to the Speaker of the House, who has been so critical in putting this piece of legislation together and focusing on workers and families. I yield to Speaker Nancy Pelosi of California.
The Speaker of the House is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Hoyer, for yielding and for the manner in which he has enabled so many of our members to participate in this debate today. Thank you, Mr. Hoyer, for your leadership on the legislation and also for leading us today. And I thank Mr. Brady for his leadership as well, for facilitating this conversation. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for keeping us reasonably on time as much as possible for congressional members. Thank you for the strength of your authority as Speaker pro tem today. I thank all of our members for their participation on both sides of the aisle, for the seriousness which we have all taken this important challenge. Mr. Speaker, last week, His Holiness Pope Francis said in his world prayer, he said, enlighten those responsible for the common good so that they might know how to care for those entrusted to their responsibility. That is His Holiness's quote. And that is the responsibility that we all have. Today, as we have all acknowledged, our nation faces an economic and health emergency of historic proportions due to the coronavirus pandemic, the worst pandemic in over 100 years. As I proceed with my remarks, I want to say to our colleagues who are watching the proceedings from their chambers in the House to come forward and come to the gallery and listen from here so that when the time comes, we will be prepared to proceed. The distinguished leader on the Republican side, Mr. McCarthy, and Mr. Hoyer have sent a communication to all of you to that effect, but it is very important that you come now. The sooner you come, the shorter my remarks will be. And I want to thank the distinguished leader on the Republican side for his leadership throughout all of this to achieve a bipartisan legislation and to do so as expeditiously as possible in the House, so that the message will be clear to the American people that whatever concerns we may have and whatever we want to do next, right now, we're going to pass this legislation. And that is because so many American families have been touched by this crisis. More than 82,000 Americans so far have fallen sick, a number certain to surge as testing goes forward, and which is already the most in the world. We've gone past China and Italy. More than 1,200 Americans have tragically died. Gives you chills just to think of it. Millions of workers are losing their paychecks, including more than, as has been mentioned on both sides of the aisle, 3.2 million Americans who filed for unemployment last week alone, a staggering record-shattering figure. Countless healthcare workers, first responders, and others fighting on the front lines in this crisis are at great personal risk. The American people deserve a government-wide, visionary, evidence-based response to address these threats to their lives and their livelihood, and they need it now. Again, I acknowledge the bipartisanship on which we bring this legislation to the floor. Late Wednesday night, as the leader acknowledged, the Senate unanimously passed legislation which transformed, in our view, since you acknowledged Leader McConnell, I will acknowledge our distinguished chairman on our side, which they transformed a Republican corporate-focused bill into a Democratic workers-first focus. And we salute our chairs that working in a bipartisan way and in a bicameral way, across the aisle and across the Capitol, we were able to dramatically expand unemployment insurance and defeated attempts on the Senate side to claw back the $600 per week added benefits that would provide essential relief to the record number of Americans losing their jobs. And I salute Chairman Richie Neal and Bobby Scott for the work that they did on this. I know this is the work of Ways and Means Committee, and successfully achieve full direct payments for workers. This is so important, ensuring that working class American families will be eligible to receive as much as $3,400 for a family of four. I thank again Mr. Neal and Madam Chair of the Financial Services Committee, Maxine Waters, who both of them had bigger proposals, but nonetheless advocating for all of this. And by the way, I would suggest, and instead of saying it's going to take a few weeks for the checks to get there, that the administration electronically transfer those direct payments immediately. We ensured in the bill that any taxpayer dollars given to industry goes first and foremost to workers. Workers' paychecks and benefits not used to pay CEO bonuses, stock fund buybacks, or dividends.
Downside,
and the
yeah,
rest.
25.
And I think,
yeah, 25, 30,
and we have secured robust
39.
special oversight that will hold the administration accountable for this. And I thank the distinguished
Yeah, I see
chair
it.
of the,
I see it.
where'd he go? Energy.
And then 25, 33.
Infrastructure and Transportation Committee, Mr.
Below
DeFazio,
my support line there,
for
25,
his leadership
37.
in that
Okay.
regard. I will not
Let's see
try
what
to find
happens
all
here.
of you because you may be in the gallery as we are encouraging members to come. Here we go. And we're also proud, again, I want to salute Congresswoman Waters for the work for the having the oversight provisions in the bill for the account that is going to be spending money out.
Utilizing the
We're
VIX
also
too there.
proud
Good
to have
job, Ron.
secured a truly
Looks like
historic investment
looks
of
like they're going to
hundreds
be taking
of
a
billions
short
of
10-minute
dollars in
break after
health,
Pelosi finishes
hospitals,
up
health systems,
her
state and
little
local
speech
governments,
here.
ensuring that they have
And
the
then I
tools
guess the
they
House
need
is going to
to
decide on
combat the
whether or not they're
virus.
going
I
to do
salute
the
Chairman
shorter
Pallone,
voice vote or
Chairwoman
the
Lowy of the Appropriations Committee, and Chairwoman
the
DeLauro
longer
for
vote
making
here.
so much of all of that
So I
possible.
guess it just all depends
and
on
when we
the
talk about
opposition.
state and local government, I want to express pride in our own governor, Gavin Newsom. He was on the front line of attacking this, as well as my own mayor, Breed, who has disciplined us to shelter in place. For small businesses, thank you, Congresswoman, Madam Chair Velasquez, and working in a bipartisan way, we won fast relief for those in need, including by securing $10 billion for SBA emergency grants of up to $10,000 and making payroll costs, rent, mortgage interest, and utility costs eligible for SBA loan forgiveness. And for the first time, we have grants from the SBA. And thanks to Secretary Mnuchin, he is facilitating this by not just all of the loans going through the SBA, but going through banks with the SBA imprimatur, which makes this all go much faster. For our students, we paused payments for federal student loan borrowers, paused the payments, and suspended wage garnishment and negative credit reporting during this time.
Wait
for
it
that
out, man.
and for
We
so
gotta wait
many
it
other
out here at this
things
point.
relating to our
I'm
students.
really
I
waiting
thank
out for
Bobby
the
Scott,
vote
our
now at
chairman of Energy Education.
I want to try to end the week
And for our veterans,
strong.
you heard earlier all of these chairmen
Really
make these
strong.
presentations. For our veterans, we secured nearly $20 billion in funding to improve VA's readiness with equipment, test, and additional care as again, 571 veterans and 85 employees have now tested positive, and I thank Chairman Takano and others on the committee for their leadership. For our homeowners, renters, and homeless creditors, again, I thank, and consumers, I thank Chairwoman Waters for her leadership there. Since the beginning of this crisis, we have fought to ensure that our nation's response puts families first as we go through this. So the first two bills that we worked in a bipartisan way on were about addressing the emergency. The first bill was about testing to ensure that everyone in the country would have access to free testing. Among other things, it had in their issues that relate to research for a vaccine, research for a cure, but many other things addressing the emergency. In the second bill, which also focused on the emergency, we have mask, and many other provisions focused on the emergency, but taking us to this bill today, which is about mitigation. As our distinguished Mr. DeFazio would say, first we had emergency, then we have mitigation. Doesn't mean we're finished with emergency, but it's moving on to mitigating for some of the economic and health damage caused by this pandemic. Next, we will move to recovery, and hopefully that will be soon. Always, though, addressing the emergency and the mitigation needed. How are we coming, Mr. Leaders? How are we coming with our, our gallery? As we have all said universally, and we say it almost all the time that we come before, no bill is perfect. No bill is perfect. But we want to make sure that at least comes near part of the way to being sufficient. I do think that we should, when we're considering a bill, appreciate for what is in the bill rather than judge it for what is not in the bill. But we do know that we must do more. There's been a constant communication among all of our members, I'm sure on both sides of the aisle, when you're at home or here, with doctors, healthcare providers, laborers, small businesses, nonprofits, faith groups, and scientists on the daily needs and developments in your communities. The on-the-ground reports and clear-eyed thinking we have are essential to crafting our approach to all of this. So again, listening to members on both sides of the aisle and your comments here today, as well as the input that you have been giving in the legislative process, we know that this cannot be our final bill. Yet this bill, again, is I think Bobby Scott called it a down payment. We must advance a fourth bill to address the continued needs. For our fight against the coronavirus, our state and local governments will need vastly more support for preventing, preparing for, and responding to the crisis. Our hospitals and health systems still need vast infusions of funding so they can treat those in need. We must do more. For our healthcare workers, and this has been a current theme on both sides of the aisle, our gratitude for our healthcare workers. They are our heroes. We're thankful and grateful to them. We pray for them. But we need to do more for them than just to say those words. Our frontline healthcare workers, and whether emergency needs, our firefighters, our law enforcement, face a dire lack of medical and personal protective equipment. PPE, personal protective equipment. That's the reference that when you see PPE, that's what it is. We must ensure that the President uses the Defense Production Act to its full extent to provide the tools that we need to combat this crisis. All workers are risking their lives on the front lines of this fight and need stronger OSHA protections to keep them safe. Thank you, Mr. Scott. This week, for example, and you probably all have examples. This week, we learned of the tragic death of Caius Kelly, a nurse manager in New York who died in the line of duty from coronavirus. He and his fellow nurses risked their lives without proper protective equipment because the hospital supply simply did not have enough. Nurses were given a single plastic protective gown to use for an entire shift, when protocol called for a change of gowns between interactions with patients. Other nurses were forced to resort to tying bandanas over their faces in place of proper equipment. And still others even began tying plastic garbage bags around disposable scrubs that they were given in place of proper scrubs for extra protection. As Mr. Kelly's sister said, his death could have been prevented. I'm angry. He was healthy. And now our nurses, doctors, healthcare workers, and first responders need action. We have to make sure they know that help is not only on the way, but it is a priority for all of us. These people risk their lives trying to save other people's lives, and then they take home what they interacted with in an infected environment, take home. This is just asking far too much. Our families, our workers, our retirees still need more money in their pockets to protect their income security with increased SNAP. One thing we couldn't get in the bill was the 15% increase in food stamps for our children, for our seniors, for those who qualify. Bigger direct payments. I hope that we'll be in agreement. I know that Richie and Maxine had the idea of ongoing direct payments, so bigger direct payments. Pension protections. We had a protection in the legislation. It was supported by everyone. The President of the United States supported it, but Senator McConnell said he would save it for the next bill. So that's why I'm mentioning it, for the next bill. And then we need more expanded family and medical leave. Let me give you an example. Come on, my colleagues, to the gallery. Let me give you an example. If your parent is sick but had ongoing caregiver in the home or went to a senior health center on a daily basis, and because of the virus, that caregiver couldn't come or that health center was closed, you would be able to take family and medical leave. However, as in the case of many members here, if your mom or your dad are healthy and they contract the coronavirus, you would not be able to take family and medical leave. What we would like that to say is for those who cannot care for themselves, it just doesn't make any sense in my view. So in any case, we need that, and without exception. And all Americans need free coronavirus treatment so they don't have to fear the high cost of a hospital stay and others. When we said that the tests were free, it didn't mean that the test is free, but your visit to the doctor is not. And so in the days and weeks to come, Democrats will continue to advance legislation to meet the urgent needs of all affected by the coronavirus. And I keep saying the coronavirus because in this bill, people say, well, how come we didn't do this or that? Because this is specific to the coronavirus challenge that we have. I just want to say a word about our children as I close. So many of our children, I want them, if they're paying attention, distinguished Congresswoman Brooks mentioned the children. We're so sad for them that they cannot be fully engaged in school as they were. Some have access to remote learning and the rest. And this has had a deep impact on American life as it affects our children as well. When I see that some graduations have been canceled, and hopefully not so many more if we can get through this. And I've been, as a mother of 5, grandmother of 9, personally, but officially in my leadership role, I have seen hundreds of thousands of graduates. And what's exciting about it personally and officially is to see the excitement of the families when their child graduates. But when that family happens to have someone on the stage who is the first in the family to graduate, the pride, the joy, the patriotism, all of it is so exuberant. And many of them will be deprived of that experience of seeing that child walk across the stage. So let's try to get this. So we had the best minds working 24/7, all hands on deck to find a cure. Let's make sure that we give them the resources they need to do so, but at the same time, that we obey the science that says shelter in place or whatever it happens to be. So as we go forward, let us pray. Let us remember what His Holiness told us. What He told us was that we have a responsibility for the common good. So let us prepare for all the loved ones who have lost family members and others who are struggling with the illness now. Let's pray for our heroic healthcare workers and first responders who are risking their lives to care for the sick every day, the men and women in our factories making more medical supplies and personal protective equipment, the farmers, producers, and grocery workers keeping food on the shelves, our truck drivers, postal workers, everybody who is contributing to the effort, and the scientists, as I say, all hands on deck 24/7 for a solution. Congress must show the same courage, same resilience, same strength, and with a great unity and urgency to put families and workers first. Let me again thank everyone who had anything to do with this, and that means almost everybody in this room. Let me thank the Senate Democrats and Leader Schumer for his work, as you acknowledge Leader McConnell. And let us again return to the words of His Holiness Pope Francis. May we enlighten those responsible for the common good so that they may know now to care for those entrusted to their responsibility. With that, I hope we have the biggest possible vote for the American people to show them that Congress's heart and the country's heart is full of love for the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Maryland reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no other speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Leader
Gentleman
McCarthy, for your strong and relentless leadership. Thank you for allowing each of us to bring to the table the pro-growth policies that brought about the strongest economy on the planet as we headed into this challenge. Thank to our House leaders, to our ranking members and all the key committees, Representative Grangers and Fox, Representatives Walden, McHenry, Cole, and Shabbat, to each of the members here today who have engaged in this historic agreement, and to the professional teams who have backed us every moment, night and day, in this endeavor. I want to thank our Democratic colleagues for working with us on this bipartisan bill, to our Republican colleagues in the Senate. I especially want to thank Secretary Mnuchin, the point man for President Trump on these negotiations, as well as all of the cabinet, the White House economic team. And I especially want to thank President Trump for his strong and results-oriented leadership at a time of unprecedented crisis for this great country. In times of challenge, I lean on this proverb: fear knocked, faith answered, no one was there. Coronavirus has knocked at America's door, and with it, fear. Faith is answering. We answer with faith in ourselves and our abilities, faith in our free enterprise system, faith in our amazing healthcare system, and yes, faith that when the chips are down, Congress can come together with our president to help hardworking families and businesses when they need it most. We answer that door at this crucial moment with faith in our Creator and faith in our great American spirit. This is the challenge of a lifetime. But if we keep pulling together, if we pass this bill today without delay, we take another step toward that day when we answer the door and fear is no longer there. On behalf of President Trump and the Republican Congress, we urge support for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as has been said so many times on this floor, America has faced many threats, some in the nature of attack by enemies, some in the nature of natural disasters, whether they be hurricanes or tornadoes or floods. And Americans have responded and overcome those threats. We now have a threat, as some have mentioned, that is unseen, but has a great effect, and is having a great effect today as we debate this bill in America. And today we will vote not as Democrats or Republicans, but we will vote as Americans who've been sent here to represent our country and our people, to promote the general welfare. Certainly the general welfare has been put at risk by this virus. We have, in a very short time, passed 3 major pieces of legislation, 2 that generated in this House, 1 generated in the Senate. And we will pass this bill today. I want to thank the majority leader. Excuse me, the minority leader. I'm the majority leader, right? You can't have it. And while we enjoy a little levity, we understand the gravity of this situation. People will die today as a result of this virus. And we have come together as Democrats and Republicans from every region of this country to respond in a way sufficient for the challenge. And we know we'll need to do more. But this day, let us hope that, like the United States Senate, we come together, each and every one of us, not for partisan advantage, but for the advantage and defense of our people. America has been blessed by God and by our people. Let us respond this hour to their need in their defense so that America will go forward stronger and better and more ready to face future challenges. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 911, the previous question is ordered on the motion. The question is on adoption of the motion. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I came here to make sure our republic doesn't die by unanimous consent in an empty chamber, and I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise and remain standing until counted. An insufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is refused.
Mr. Speaker.
Is the gentleman recognized?
I object on the basis that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The chair will count for a quorum. Counted for a quorum is present. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Section 7B of House Resolution 891, the House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Tuesday, March 31st, 2020.